Committee will be in order. Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We have a full Friday agenda. Work sessions, listening sections, and briefings, not necessarily in that order. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent 12 municipalities in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop. And I am proud to be the Senate Chair of this committee. We will have introductions starting on my right today before we get into our agenda. Representative Terry.
Morning, my name is Parnell Terry and I represent District 108 in Gorham.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Frost. I represent District 58, the 6 wonderful towns of Mount Vernon, Vienna, Rome, New Sharon, Fayette, and Belgrade.
Good morning, Quentin Chapman, District 88, Auburn, Maine.
Good morning, David Boyer. I represent the individuals of Poland and Mechanic Falls.
Representative Mallon.
Morning, everybody. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ian Fredericks. I represent House District 143 down in South Sanford.
Good morning, Jeff Timberlake, Senator 17.
Madam Chair.
Good morning. My name is Laura Supika. I represent District 22, which is a portion of Bangor.
And we have our clerk with us today, Michelle Hebert, and our analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, who will help us with our work sessions. Without further ado, the chair opens the work session on LD 1666, an act to include in the ranked choice election method for general and special elections, the offices of governor, state senator, and state representative, and to make other related changes, presented by Senator Rennie. Ms. Olson.
Okay. This bill before you was considered by this committee last session. There was a public hearing on April 24th. Work session was held on the 28th of April and voted. The report ought to pass as amended, majority report of the committee, with the minority report of the committee as ought not to pass. The bill was reported out to the House and Senate floors. It was sent to the governor's desk, where it was then recalled and committed back to this committee. When that happens, when the bill comes back to committee, it comes back stripped of all amendments. So it's back to its original form as it was printed. So that's where it stands presently. You should have the folders in front of you that should contain a copy of the original bill analysis and possibly the amendment.
That is what I am looking for, Ms. Olson, and I do not see it, but do you remember what, I can look it up online, but can you just tell us here for those listening what the amendment did?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Looking to see, I have a pink copy, which makes me think that I had done an in-person language review.
Yep.
But sometimes I make copies optimistically.
It's okay.
Okay.
The amendment to
Yes,
the
the
legislation
amendment.
is online, so it's not as if
Yes,
we can't find it,
it
but
is online.
we are here, so. thank you.
So this amendment to the LD 1666, which is titled an act to include in the ranked choice election method for general and special elections, the offices of governor, state senator, and state representative, and to make other related changes. The amendment made technical adjustments to the bill. It includes statutory references to defined terms used in the definition of ranked choice voting. It replaced the term count with the term tabulate when referring to the process of determining the number of votes cast for a candidate in each round of an election determined by ranked choice voting. It also clarifies that in the definition of ranking, the preference being demonstrated by the voter for a candidate is relative to other candidates for the same office on that ballot.
Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Could I ask Rachel what she's reading from,
This
what
is-
paper it is? Because
Well, so I do have to, I guess I'll apologize. In my copy, I have my own file. And in my file, I had a pink copy of the language review, which made me,
do I have a white copy or do I
you-
have any copy?
you should have had a pink copy if I had actually distributed them, which I'm thinking I did because I have a pink copy, but I'm saying that it's very possible that that maybe didn't occur. So
So can we
You may
maybe-
not have this in front of you.
So
If
what-
you would like, we may take a break.
Yes.
And we will go make a
Can we
copy.
please?
So
That
yes,
is what we're
I
going to do.
apologize.
No worries. The committee will be at ease just for a few minutes while we get copies of the committee amendment that was reported out last session.
Someday.
Committee will be in order. Thank you all for your patience. The committee is now in possession of a pink copy of the committee amendment that was reported out on June 6, 2025. Ms. Olson, you may. Madam. The chair recognizes Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm unclear why it's being recalled to us. Am I accurate? It did not pass the House and the bill did not pass the Senate?
No, it did. It passed in both bodies. It was sent to the governor. It was then recalled from the governor's desk. And after it was recalled, it was committed back to the LA.
And the reason it was recalled?
I do not know.
Thank you.
Senator Rennie, would you please come forward? Good morning, Senator. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Cameron Rennie. I represent Senate District 13, which is most of Lincoln County and the towns of Washington and Windsor. Would you like me to jump right into
We
answering?
would love for you
the
to jump
representative's
right
question?
into answering the representative's question,
absolutely.
Senator. Thank you.
So this bill did make it through two chambers and made it to the governor's desk, where, I mean, the most clear way to say it is I found out I think late that the governor intended to do a straight veto, but would be open to a solemn occasion. So my intent, hopefully, is to get back through both chambers and then request a solemn occasion through a joint order to have the court weigh in on the bill in a
Representative-
non-binding manner.
Representative Fredericks, any follow? Okay, great. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor from the committee at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, I think we've had a solemn occasion and the court case from Alaska, their constitution, doesn't mention plurality is my understanding. So is there any reason why we think the court will give a different outcome than they did in 2017?
That's a good question. It is my understanding the Alaska case would bode well for us here. So yeah, I'm trying to give it another shot. I think there's a chance.
Excellent. We can never predict what a court will do. The only thing we can do is ask. Chair recognizes Representative Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this isn't necessarily for you, Senator, but can you please explain to everybody watching how that would exactly work with the solemn occasion and what your intent is with this? Because not everybody's familiar with that. It doesn't happen very often, but it'd be great if that could be explained right now so that people know what we're talking about.
Thank you, Representative.
Absolutely, and I will do my best. My understanding is that a solemn occasion is when either one or both chambers requests that the Maine Supreme Court weigh in on a potential law change before it is implemented. It would be a non-binding decision, but it would give a little bit more clarity on their perspective of what is the best way to go, what is legal, what is constitutional in our state.
Thank you. And Ms. Olson, I know that in your bill analysis on page 3 of 3, you have walked us also through the process for asking the court to review a proposal pending before the legislature. So to add to what Senator Rennie has said, Ms. Olson, would you care to just go through this bullet point list of what the court would determine a solemn occasion?
Sure.
Must
Senator
do.
Rennie did a great job describing the process for solemn occasion. What I would add is that there are a series of guideposts to determine if a solemn occasion exists. So before they actually take it up. So it has to be unusual exigency, which usually in this setting means that it has to have been demonstrated on the House and Senate of likelihood of passage. That's not just out there, going to die and kind of a waste of time. Be of live gravity related to that. Be relating to the power, duty, or authority of the questioning entity, so the legislature. Not be tentative, hypothetical, or remote. Be specific and limited, so that the justices may determine the exact nature of the inquiry and the provisions of law that they're being asked to examine. No theoretical questions. Not be overly complex. Not be subject to the tug of litigation. And be when the questioning body has serious doubts as to its own authority to take some action and depend on the status of law in question.
So those are the guideposts and the joint order, should it be drafted, should this bill move back to the chambers, will include questions for the court based upon these guideposts. So the argument that the legislature would be making, presuming that the senator who is sponsoring the bill will be the author of the joint order, those questions will be asked based upon these guideposts. And then the House and the Senate would say yes or no to asking for the solemn occasion. And the bill would sort of sit on the table in one or the other chamber until that answer was returned. And that way we would know if we should move forward with the bill or not. And it was my understanding, as Senator Rennie said, that the chief executive wanted a solemn occasion to happen. And unfortunately, that communication clearly didn't get to the legislature in time for it before it got to her desk. Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Just two clarifying questions, just so the public understands the rest of what it goes. If a solemn occasion is requested by a joint order, is it true that it only takes a majority for that to pass? It doesn't take a 2/3?
That is correct. Senator.
And what would happen if the courts haven't made a ruling by the time the Senate goes recesses? I mean, goes sign or die.
That would be up to the legislature to decide what to do with the bill that it would have in its possession at that time.
Okay, so if
That's
the
a
court,
hypothetical that we can't answer at the moment.
okay, I'm doing this so the general public has an idea of the steps that this is about to take.
Understood.
So that, you know, I hope the courts don't see it for 5 years, but.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the analyst describe what is, one of the bullet points there was not be the subject to the tug of litigation, and I feel like whatever happens, if this becomes law, it will absolutely be litigated.
I think that means currently, that there's no current pending litigation around this issue, specifically to this issue.
Okay.
Not in the future, not if it becomes law, but
Yeah.
currently.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say, you know, Republicans were against this. It's clear. Our main constitution says it shall be conducted by a plurality. Joshua Chamberlain stopped a riot over this, and this is how we have that in our constitution. Alaska is different. This is Maine, and I think it should just be, the governor should just let it go into law or sign it or veto it and then let the courts decide this. I don't understand why we would do another non-binding resolution after there's already been one. Seems like a waste of time. If it's going to affect our November elections, then the people participating in the voters should have ample time to know the rules of the road. And it seems like a lot is up in the air with this and this motion. And so I'd make a motion on not to pass.
The motion is ought not to pass. It's been made by Representative Boyer. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Fredericks. Is there any discussion of the motion from the committee? The chair recognizes Representative Mallon. Thank you, Senator Rennie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will unsurprisingly be voting against this motion and supporting and ought to pass as amended report. That is exactly what we passed through last time. I'm a big fan of Joshua Chamberlain myself. He played a huge role in defending our country against a fascist incursion from within. I don't think he had much of an opinion on ranked choice voting at the end of the day. So I think we would be well served to move this forward. And I was supportive of sending it to the governor and the governor signing it when we passed it last session, but that didn't happen. And so I think this solemn occasion would be prudent.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and because we have to go through this whole rigmarole again. And I thought it was nothing against Senator Rennie, but I thought it was a bad bill from day one. I thought it was a bad bill. I thought it was a bad bill when the general public voted in ranked choice voting for the senators and even in our primaries. So I think ranked choice voting is not good for the state of Maine. I don't think it's good for any part of it. That's my opinion. But I think that what we're doing is really going against the Maine Constitution. This is one of the few laws that it's pretty clear in our Maine Constitution, that plurality is the word. We literally, probably the only time that cannons were mounted on top of this building was over this here, and it went to court, and the people of the state of Maine voted in this part of the Constitution. So I will be voting ought not to pass. And I will do the best I can, but I know I'm going to lose at the end of the day, and we'll see where it goes from there.
The chair recognizes Representative Suppico.
So, I'm not gonna support the motion, but mostly what I'm confused about is why did this bill have to come back to our committee? It could have stayed in the Senate. A solemn occasion could have happened. I don't know why it had to come back to our committee and go through the whole process again, where we all get to say the same things over again, taking up more time. And then it goes through the House, taking up more time, going through the Senate, taking up more time. I have been lectured for 5 years by leadership about how I need to be on time, how I need to be ready to move, how I have to be prepared, how don't slow it down, how people's time is precious, and then sending it all the way back to the committee for, I don't know why, nobody spoke to me beforehand, only to do this process all over again. I'm very upset about this, especially on such a contentious bill.
The chair recognizes Representative Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair, because there's two particular things. Ranked choice voting, we're talking about ranked choice voting, but there's an issue with the way we're doing this right now. Is it got kicked back all the way to us, and it's going to take a very long period of time, and we're in an election year. So now we're going to be passing a major election change, potentially passing a major change to the way we do elections in an election year at the end of the session that we're now going to have to implement by November, and we're putting the people of Maine and the Secretary of State in a very tight timeline to completely implement ranked choice voting. I agree with Madam Chair that this shouldn't have come all the way back, and it's going to create a massive problem because it's going to have to go through this entire process. And we don't even know what the process is going to end up being because we have to wait for the judicial court. So I will be voting ought not to pass for that reason. And the other reason that came out of light last year was that within the Secretary of State's rules, she has the ability to interpret how you vote on ranked choice voting and change your vote. Yes, it's on the record. It's in her rules, and you can look at it. It is in there that if you don't check all the boxes correctly, she has the ability to assume how you vote. And I'm never okay with that. And I would like to see that rule changed so that that doesn't happen where somebody gets to interpret your vote. But for those two reasons is why I will not support this year at all, because it's not fair to the Maine people and the staff for the Secretary of State to try to do this in an election year. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion points on the motion, which is ought not to pass? The chair would say, the chair recognizes.
Go ahead, make your say, because I may want to comment to that too.
Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake. You gonna defer?
So you want to hear from me twice?
You wish to defer, or would you like to speak again, sir?
I would like to speak again. I would just, to Madam Chair, I'd just like to say that, I don't think the way this has functioned all the way through, and I understand that they want to move things forward, but we as Republicans haven't had any say of how anything moves forward in anything. So we would have moved this through and it would have been dead and gone if we'd have had our way. So, don't blame us because we tried.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes. They do.
The motion is ought not to pass. It's been made by Representative Boyer. It's been seconded by Representative Fredericks. I echo the sentiment of my co-chair on this bill being back in committee. On the last day of session in the Senate, the order to recall the bill from the governor's desk was put before the body without notice. And that is not casting aspersion on the bill sponsor. The entire thing happened so quickly. The motion to recommit the bill to committee was made. The Senate President looked at me and I shrugged my shoulders. I made it very clear to anyone who asked I did not want this bill back in this committee. I made it clear last session to those who were advocating for this legislation that I wanted this bill to go to the governor's desk, and if she could be convinced not to sign it and let it go into law without her signature, we instead would be having an actual suit and a Supreme Court, maybe not a Supreme Court, a Superior Court ruling wherever this would be adjudicated. We would have a ruling on whether or not the language in the legislation that declares the winner of a ranked choice vote a plurality in order to correspond with our Constitution. If this bill was too nifty or too clever by half, I don't know the answer to that question. A solemn occasion won't actually give us the answer to that question. It will give us an opinion of the court that is non-binding. And the last time we did that, that non-binding opinion became binding, and there was a referendum question to change the terms of ranked choice voting that the people did not actually vote for because we took out certain elections based upon that non-binding opinion of the law court. I don't know if the Alaska case will necessarily bode well for what could happen after this, but I agree with my co-chair that the process by which this bill was returned to committee was troubling. And for that reason, I will vote with the motion because I don't want a solemn occasion on this. No offense to the bill sponsor who I have told this to in person, because I don't like solemn occasions at all. Even though the Constitution allows for them, they're murky at best. And because they're not binding, and we do things in this legislature based upon non-binding rulings all the time, mostly from the Office of the Attorney General, it undercuts the authority and power of the legislature to do what it deems necessary to do. If this bill were to pass last session, it could be declared constitutional or not. And that is not where we are. And in an election year, I have said it before and I will say it again, making major changes to our election laws in an election year is simply untenable for me. So I'll be voting with the motion. And I'll be perfectly fine with that. Is there any other discussion of the motion? Is the committee ready for the question? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Sorry, I would request a corner caucus.
That would be fine. The committee will be at ease. Meeting will be in order. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans Legal Affairs. We are in a work session on LD 1666. An act to include in the ranked choice election method for general and special elections, the office of governor, state senator, and state representative, and to make other related changes, sponsored by Senator Rennie. There is a motion before us. The motion is ought not to pass. It was made by Representative Boyer. It was seconded by Representative Fredericks. Is there any further discussion of the motion before the committee? Is the committee ready for the question? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Senator Doosan absent. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Timberlake.
Yes.
Senator Timberlake, yes. Representative Graham absent. Representative Terry.
Nay.
Representative Terry, nay. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. Representative Chapman.
Yes.
Representative Chapman, yes. Representative Boyer.
Yep.
Representative Boyer, yes. Representative Supika.
No.
Representative Supika, no. Representative Hines.
Yes.
Representative Hines, yes. Representative Fredericks.
Yes.
Representative Fredericks, yes. Representative Fairclough.
No.
Representative Fairclough, no. Representative Mallon.
No.
Representative Mallon, no.
There are 7 votes in favor of the motion, 4 votes opposed to the motion, and 2 members absent. The motion prevails. The people who voted against the motion, what would be your report? Madam Chair.
The pink paper, no. The minority report will be the original amendment from last session, which I don't have a filing number on it, but
Pink paper works for me.
yeah. The pink pony paper, as
Representative Mallon.
Representative Boyer.
Representative
Refer to.
Fairclough,
Pink.
Representative Terry.
Yeah, the amended pink
That is
paper.
the motion. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair will close the work session on LD 1666 and just take one last privilege to say the chair absolutely supports ranked choice voting, which is why I voted for this bill last session. But I made it very clear why I have to change my vote this one, and we will see what happens when the bill is reported out of committee. Thank you, Senator Rennie, for being here today. Thank you, Ms. Olson. We will move on with our agenda.
Okay, great. Next on the agenda is a briefing regarding the illicit cultivation of cannabis in Maine. We've made it attempt 3. But as a result of that, the representative from the Office of the Attorney General is not available to be with us today. They're in court. They did provide a written statement in response to the question that was directed toward that office. That has been distributed to you. It's a single page email, double-sided. You'll see what the question was, my original email, and then the response. I don't know in which order. I don't know which one was outside, but other than that, you have representatives from the Office of Cannabis Policy, as well as representatives from law enforcement, including the Maine Sheriff's Association, Maine DEA, and other representatives of the Department of Public Safety with us in the room. And so unless you have a question for me, I'm going to vacate the space to make room for those invited stakeholders.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Thank you. So we are going to have our briefing, and I will first ask the Office of Cannabis Policy to come forward. We'll also hear from the Sheriff's Association's representative, the DEA's representative. I know that State Police is also here, and I don't have all of the names of the people who have been invited. So when you come forward, please introduce yourself to the public and to the committee, and we will take your remarks, and there may be questions from the committee after you have submit your remarks. We have a few members who joined us since we began who have not yet introduced themselves. Unfortunately, that is on the chair. Representative Fairclough.
I'm sorry.
Did you introduce yourself?
Sorry, Sean Fairclough, District 24.
Thank you. Senator Doosan.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jill Doosan. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook.
Mr. Mallett, you may proceed whenever you are ready, sir.
Good morning. I'm Vern Malik. I'm the Deputy Director at the Office of Cannabis Policy. I oversee the operations section, which is compliance and licensing.
Representative Fredericks, did you have a specific question that you would like to ask of the Office of Cannabis Policy, since this is spearheaded by your interest as well as the rest of the committees, but you'll take the lead on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to identify what the state of affairs are currently in regards to the illicit cannabis market. We've learned that there've been more than 300 private properties that have been purchased, and I'll use the term overtaken by illegal grows, using human trafficking, using prohibited chemicals, things like that. So my question is for the committee, from you as a leadership administration of OCP, what's the current state of affairs in regards to the illicit Chinese triad or others in the cannabis market?
Sure. Well, thank you for the question. I can speak only partially in response to that question, but I'm confident that there are law enforcement folks here that are better equipped than I am to talk about the current state of affairs. Simply because we're not a law enforcement agency, we work with law enforcement on a regular basis, to include the U.S. Attorney's Office, who has taken the lead on a lot of these prosecutions for federal violations. But the exact state of the issue, if you will, I think that you get more updated information from them. I can tell you how it impacts the regulated market. We get reports regularly from med operators who tell us that they are approached often to purchase black market products from Asian individuals at very, very cheap prices. And that, the people that are talking to us are the people that turn it down, right? We will periodically get notified by someone who will say, I was approached, this seemed like a deal that was too good to be true, so I took a sample of it and tested it, and it's loaded with pesticides. I thought you guys should know. And we find that the individual trying to sell it isn't even in the program. It's a straight black market operation. So we know that it's impacting in that way. We also know that, from our connections with law enforcement, they call us when they start an investigation to find out if what's happening at an address is legal. Is this a registered caregiver? Is this a facility that, maybe is just off our radar, but you guys are all registered and it's good. So we're often the first call that they make. And we can certainly work with them and tell them what's been going on at that property, what the history is. We also get calls from municipalities, from code enforcement officers, and even from neighbors of places who are complaining about cannabis activity and wanting to know, geez, is this licensed or what? Because there's a ton of activity going on there. So in those ways, we have some information about the state of the problem, if you will. I will say that we've had a very good working relationship with law enforcement, from county sheriffs, state police, local PDs, the Attorney General's office for prosecuting these, and even the United States Attorney's Office, even United States Attorney's offices in other states, because there is that multi-state connection between Maine, Massachusetts, New York, that we're well aware of. So there's a lot going on. It's definitely a problem. It's definitely impacting the regulated market. And, we're one cog in that wheel of enforcement around it.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I've heard you say you're notified by people that are in the industry. These are caregivers and you're notified by law enforcement. You're notified by municipalities in regards to the problem that is still. So my question is, does the Office of OCP then engage the State Attorney General's office with that information to compile, a targeted, offense, or a targeted response to those findings that you've received?
It doesn't go directly to the Attorney General's office. Our first referral, when we get information, is usually to the sheriff's office or local PD if they have one. That's the first avenue of our referrals. And from there, you know, we don't serve to organize an investigation or anything like that. We make the referral, and then because we're a regulatory body, we have to let go of that referral. We just simply don't know, you know, what the status of that is. They could be well aware of the activity and be involved in an investigation already. They could be gathering intelligence on it. It could be brand new to them. We don't necessarily know the status of what's going on there. And I will tell you that especially true with federal investigations, the timeline, I mean, there's one recent federal investigation that's coming to light now that began 5 years ago. So some of these investigations literally travel across the country and back and are multi-year, multi-agency investigations. They're very complex networks that law enforcement's trying to infiltrate and take down. So those things take a really long time.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I'm listening, my question for you now is, has the Department of OCP held a meeting, requested a meeting with the Attorney General, inclusive of the state DEA and the US DEA, to discuss the status of the trend? You know, are we worsening in this, you know, state, or are we improving? Or I understand, to use your terms, you feel as if you're a cog in the wheel. However, I'm trying to determine how we can effectively manage this problem better. And if we need to grant you more authority or give you the vote of confidence to, you know, I understand you're not an investigative body. There's no question about that. However, to be a leader to you know, is what I'm aiming and trying to target to that.
Sure, I can appreciate that. We have attended briefings and participated in investigations whenever we're asked, whenever we're invited. But we also understand too that there's a line where law enforcement doesn't often invite regulatory, non-sworn individuals to these briefings because they're going to discuss sensitive information that maybe they don't want out yet. And we respect that. And to that extent, you know, we haven't tried to organize anything and insert ourselves into a place where, frankly, we may not be appropriate for us to be. I can understand what you're asking about, you know, as far as playing a leadership role. And I feel like we've certainly served in a way that makes ourselves available and advocates for the industry because we want the industry to be protected. We understand that our interest in this is that it hurts the people that we regulate to have this illicit activity going on and having it be unchecked. So, I mean, we have done that. And historically, and this is going back 5+ years now, maybe, you know, there was an effort for OCP to fund some law enforcement positions at Main Drug that would have been dedicated to just cannabis black market investigations. But that failed in a different legislative committee. So, you know, we made that effort then, and the message back to us was clear. You're regulators, you regulate, let law enforcement do their thing. So, you know, based on that feedback early on in our formation, you know, we've taken that to heart and tried to follow that direction while being supportive of law enforcement because we need them, frankly. Our industry needs that.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this. It's helpful. Has the Department of OCP identified the number of reported complaints to your office of a particular county. Somerset County has had, 6 reports from law enforcement, municipalities, other caregivers in regards to the illicit market. Have you reported a numeric quarterly, monthly to the Attorney General's office, inviting a sting in a targeted area because of the number of reported calls that are being brought to your attention? Has that occurred?
That has not occurred, and it's difficult for us to sort of parse out a complaint. We may get a complaint that says that, they're growing cannabis in the backyard, and it doesn't look right to me. Law enforcement could investigate that and find that it's somebody who's a patient and they're growing their 6 med plants, their 6 adult use plants, and they're doing it in their backyard and they're in compliance, and so that's not illicit activity. It's hard for us to parse those complaints and figure out what they are. We're statutorily prohibited from investigating patients. So, there is kind of a hard line for us.
Thank you, sir. I'll close with this. From your own testimony, you've identified you're being notified by law enforcement officers, caregivers in the industry, municipalities in regards to complaints of a black market, of dirty cannabis, of human trafficking, of private properties being inappropriately, constructed for the growing of cannabis. I'm inviting the Department of OCP to take those reports, those notifications, tabulate them and report them, in a monthly timeline to the Attorney General's office so that we can get a targeted response.
Thank you, Representative Frederick. Is there any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Mallon, followed by Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we need to snuff out the illegal grows wherever they're occurring and crack down on bad actors. But it also strikes me that, once that illegal grow is happening, a lot of damage is already done. What are some things that could be done in your professional opinion, Mr. Mallett, to prevent the proliferation of these illegal grows?
Well, thank you for that question. It's a tough one, actually. I will say that based on what's happened in other parts of the country, there is an aspect to cannabis legalization that draws illicit actors into the state once you legalize. It's happened in other states. It's happened in California. It's happened in Colorado. It's happened in Oklahoma. It's not uncommon at all. It's not standard. It's not always that way, but it's not uncommon. One of the things that can drive that is surrounding states and the availability for black market sales out of that state. So they can come here and kind of hide in plain sight because we've legalized it, but then they can sell it in other states that aren't launched. In this case, a lot of our stuff is going to New York State. I'm optimistic that once New York's program is up and running and mature, and they've had a really difficult launch, that it'll close a lot of the black market opportunities in New York State. Surrounding states around them, like Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, have already legalized. If Pennsylvania legalizes, you start to see a normalization of it, and the market for illicit cannabis starts to dry up and go away as the regulated market fills in that void with better product that's safer, and, taxed, tested, traceable. So, I mean, it's not a really rewarding answer, but I think it's a much bigger picture than we have the ability to solve locally.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. The question I got is OCP, I get sitting here thinking, have you done anything to notify local towns or the real estate industry or anybody else when you find these illicit grows? Because, as being a farmer of the illicit, they're using spray materials and fungicides that are illegal, that are contaminating the building and the soil around them. And the next thing you know, it's gonna get blamed on the local farmer because it happened when he had nothing to do with it and didn't do anything. So, and I watch this happen over here in Augusta pretty often. Are you doing anything to notify the industry around them of these illicit grows and how these insecticides and fungicides are all being used and what they should be on the lookout for?
It's been our experience that municipalities are painfully aware of the illicit grow that's going on there. And they're oftentimes at the search warrants. And what we're finding is that law enforcement will often invite DEP to attend the search warrant to help them mitigate whatever might be found on site. These are indoor grows. They're in pots. They're they're dumping the grow material behind the buildings and, leaving huge mounds of it and empty canisters around. So the municipality is aware of what's going on there. I don't know of an avenue that, could create a, anything for realtors or anybody else to be made aware of. My understanding is that, if you're going to buy a property, you have to disclose whether or not it was used as a dry cleaners. I guess probably because of some chemicals or something. But I don't know if there's anything about that or if it was a cannabis cultivation site. That might be helpful if it was a mandatory disclosure sort of situation.
Follow up, please.
Senator Wright?
Well, I thank you for your answer, and I think the point I'm trying to drive home at is that, yeah, the town, we all know where almost all the illicit sites are. Now it's getting somebody to go in and take care of them and clean them up and get them the heck out of the state. I think that's the bigger problem we have. But the problem is that the town may know it's there, but they don't know what they're using or what they've been using and what's on the site. I mean, that's how we're ending up, today with all these and chemicals being found in all the soils. And my concern is that, yeah, they know they're there, but do they know what's there? And I think it's important that the towns and through the real estate declaration that it's found what was found on the site and what was there. So it doesn't get blamed on the local farmer or somebody else, because that's what's happening in this world.
Yeah, I think we can certainly serve as a resource to the municipalities and recommend that they consult with the Board of Pesticide Control for soil samples and some sort of evaluation around
But
that.
are we doing it now?
No, we're not doing that
Okay.
now, but it's a great point, and I'm certainly going to take that back to staff.
Thank you very,
Make a
very much.
recommendation that we do that.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Malik. The last meeting I asked about the OCP's position on the dormant commerce clause and maybe a renewed look at defending and instituting and defending a residency requirement for our medical program. I've repeatedly asked for what tools OCP needs to help police the registration of suspected illegal grows, and I'm met with testing and tracking as the only tool that OCP wants or needs. But our state is flooded with cannabis from places like Oklahoma and California that use metrics. So that doesn't seem like a solution. From where I'm standing, it seems like enforcing our residency requirement may be one of the better checks against these illicit grows. I'm on OCP's website with the data of all the registrations, and I see a couple hundred of out-of-state registrations, a lot of New York, and a lot of names that are of Asian descent. And I think it's okay to say that. So I think enforcing the residency requirement, there's promising decisions from other states that say that the Commerce Clause is dormant and not into effect because cannabis is federally illegal currently, and it looks like it's going to remain federally illegal for next couple years. So I'd be asking, I'd ask this committee to write a letter to OCP and really just that could be a really good tool that would help Mainers, help the homegrown market rather than people from out of state profiting on our program.
Representative, thank you for that. Is there a question that you would like for Representative Malik to answer? Or is that just a shot across the broad committee to do something slightly different than it has? to
Maybe Mr. Malik or someone else can remind us the path that we got to regarding the residency requirement. It was part of the 2016 Citizens Initiative. And it was, I believe, part of Maine's medical program for a long time. And if they'd be willing to institute that policy, and, you know, it's only we'd only have to defend it if someone challenges it, and then we could go from there.
Representative Malik, do you have an opinion on what the representative is putting before us?
Well, I will say that my recollection is that we were challenged, we were enforcing it, we were challenged. We were sued in federal court in the first district for Maine. We lost. It was deemed to be unconstitutional and a violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause. And the Attorney General's office appealed that decision to the First Circuit, and the First Circuit supported the decision and affirmed it, saying that, yes, in fact, it is unconstitutional. Shortly after that, the state of Washington, I believe, had a similar challenge, and they prevailed, and the Ninth Circuit supported that. So there's what I'm told by attorneys is a circuit split now, where literally the West Coast in federal court says one thing and the East Coast says something else. And in the case of a circuit split, it's up to the Supreme Court to determine. And the Supreme Court hasn't taken it up, and then likely doesn't seem inclined to take it up either, based on what I've heard. But Ms. Pierce is here with our office, and she was one of our point people on those issues, and I'm sure she's happy to take questions if you need specific information around that.
That would be great.
I have a follow-up for a different question.
That is correct. That is fine. You may ask Mr. Malik the question while Gabby Verby Pierce comes forward to take on the specific issue of the Dormant Commerce Clause on the East Coast. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In January of last year, Director Hudak mentioned in regards to these types of questions and this issue, said that the department was flagging registrations and applications of people that they suspected might be tied to illicit cultivation of cannabis. I requested that list and that process and was told it doesn't exist. So I'd like to know, was that true? Is anything being done regarding applications that come in that are tied, whether through location or family member of folks that were suspected or engaging in illicit cultivation of cannabis? What's that process like? Does that list exist?
So there isn't a list specifically that exists like that. What we have is we've established a practice where any out-of-state non-resident person that applies, we conduct a pre-inspection before issuing a registration. And we do that not on the idea that, gee, maybe they're all necessarily illicit operators, but because it's difficult for us from a compliance perspective to have contact with somebody. I've been emailing this week with a man in Miami who has a 500 square foot cultivation in Maine. He's a Miami resident, he lives in Miami, and he has an employee up here that he hires to run it. It's really difficult for us because he's the caregiver. He's the person that we need to talk to for compliance issues. And he's not here. So we conduct pre-inspections of people like that who are outside the state. We also look at the addresses and we check our database to see if we've had complaints from neighbors or anybody else about suspected illicit activity there. So we do those things. The other thing that we're doing, that we've started doing relatively recently, is when we get a caregiver application, whether it's for a renewal or a new caregiver, we're notifying the municipality. We're telling the municipality, we received this application for a person to be a caregiver at this address. This is confidential. The address is confidential. You can't share that. But you should know that they're looking to do this at this place in your town. If you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to us in the next 7 days. The town doesn't have to do anything affirmative. We're not asking them to sign off and approve it or anything like that. We're just notifying them that this request has been made, so that if they do have concerns about the address, and those concerns could be something as simple as a zoning issue, or it could be something more concerning in that they say, well, we're aware that this is an issue for neighbors who've complained about an illicit grow there before. So that would then cause us to open an investigation pre-licensure. So that's the method that we're using to try to identify these individuals. But the pre-inspection is really a very limited tool for us. We're able to try to verify the information provided on the application and to make sure that that's correct. And to make sure that people are aware of the program requirements and that they're prepared to follow the rules. We've had some individuals who have told us that, they might live in New York State, and we say, okay, so you want to be a caregiver in Maine, you're going to cultivate here. What are you going to do with your product? I'm going to sell it. How are you going to sell it? Who are you going to sell it to? I'm going to sell it to you, thinking that we would buy it. Clearly not at all familiar with the program or how it works. A definite red flag for us that this may actually be an illicit operation. We also look at the square footage of the place. If we're looking at somebody who's got a capacity of 500 square feet and they're in a 5,000 square foot building, we'll talk with them about how they plan on using the rest of this building. So, we do what we can, but it's not a lot that we have the ability to do.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Barabee Pierce. I'm the Policy Director for the Office of Cannabis Policy. And I just wanted to provide a little bit more additional context related to Dormant Commerce Clause litigation related to residency requirements and other policies that favor residents within a state related to cannabis businesses in particular. So the current state of play across the country is that we have a pretty even circuit split. The first and second circuits on the East Coast have held that the Dormant Commerce Clause does apply to residency requirements for cannabis businesses. Maine is in the First Circuit. And we do have a case, as Deputy Director Malik indicated, that went up to the First Circuit Court of Appeals and got a 2-to-1 ruling affirming that the Dormant Commerce Clause does apply. The Fourth Circuit case is a little bit different. That's out of Maryland. That I would say that the way the residency is structured in that particular case, or in the state of Maryland, does not make it a good analog for the other Dormant Commerce Clause cases that are across the country. And again, I want to point out that the First Circuit case that involved Maine's medical cannabis residency requirement did in fact have a group of medical cannabis caregivers intervene in that case to be official interveners in that case. And they also chose not to appeal the First Circuit's decision to the Supreme Court at the time that case came down. So at the time, it was pretty clear that the prevailing law in the country was that the Dormant Commerce Clause does apply to residency requirements related to federally prohibited activity like cannabis, cultivation, manufacturing, and sales. So that's a quick overview of where we're at on the Dormant Commerce Clause litigation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? It would seem to me that we can ask our analysts at any time for a summary of these rulings so that we can see how they applied the Dormant Commerce Clause to the Maine residency requirement. When a court says that something is unconstitutional, they're also saying that the law is unenforceable. And that is why ever since the ruling came down, the Office of Cannabis Policy has not been able to reject any applications from people who are registering from out of state because they cannot enforce against the ruling of the court. Are there any other questions for the Office of Cannabis Policy at this time from the committee? As always, if we have other questions, we can certainly submit them in a future meeting or in writing. The chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Director, last question for you. What does the office have in mind as far as a change in their practice or approach in helping to target the illicit grows and eradicate the illicit grows, if anything?
I mean, I think if I had to make a recommendation, it's not really a recommendation about what the office would do differently. It is about resources and resource availability. You have law enforcement sitting behind me. I hope they'll come up and talk to you about that. But I can tell you that, you know, when we pass information along, we do get feedback that they're very busy and they have to prioritize cases and complaints and investigations. And I feel like if they had additional resources, they'd be able to do more work in this vein. But I'll let them speak to what their needs are, actually. But it all comes down to resources. And I'm not asking for more OCP resources. I'm asking for law enforcement to get more resources so they can help our industry.
Thank you, Deputy Director Malik. Thank you, Gabby Therapy Pierce. We appreciate you being here today. We have with us Sheriff Morton. You see where my mind is. Sheriff Morton from Penobscot County to join us. We have Major Aaron Turcott from the Maine State Police, who can also join us. I don't know if you gentlemen want to present all at once or separately, which is fine with me. I will leave it up to you.
I'll check with news says we get along great.
And then we also have with us Director Scott Pelletier from the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. Before the gentlemen proceed with any opening statements or to answer any questions they may already be willing to answer or to tell us what they need from us, I'll just read into the record the very brief memorandums from the Office of the Attorney General, which I had in my fingers and now don't because it could. Pardon me?
Like an email.
Yeah, it is an email. I just had it. Thank you. Here we are. The question that the Office of the Attorney General was asked was, what actions has your office taken to combat the illegal grows? This question was posed by our analysts to the Office of the Attorney General, and the answer that we received is this. Prosecutors in the Office of the Attorney General have worked extensively with federal, state, county, and local law enforcement agencies to identify, investigate, and prosecute illicit cannabis grows throughout the state, largely in our rural communities. This has led to more than 27 residential search warrants, 28 defendants being charged, the seizure of more than 30,000 cannabis plants, and the seizure of 566 pounds of processed marijuana. To the extent that any of these illicit cannabis grows may be part of larger criminal enterprises outside of Maine, investigative materials have been provided to both the United States DEA and the United States Attorney's Office to further any investigations and prosecutions that might involve conduct outside of the state. So joining us obviously this morning are members of local law enforcement at the county and state levels, and the chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before we begin questioning, I'm hoping we can ask the Attorney General's office for its timeline in reference to these numerics.
Thank you. Ms. Olson will take that note and we will draft a communication requesting that information for the next meeting. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Before we start, fun fact, because I heard this twice this morning, reference to Joshua Chamberlain. For my legislators from Penobscot County, it was a Sheriff Chadwick, John Chadwick, who stepped away from the office of sheriff to serve directly under Joshua Chamberlain. What an honor that we had such a courageous colonel reach out to a sheriff to help him during those times. So fun fact. My name is Troy Morton. I'm the Sheriff of Penobscot County, President of the Maine Sheriff's Association, and also Board Director of the National Sheriffs. The reason I mention that, sir, is I heard in this room our discussions about Oklahoma, California, Florida. I've attended those sessions. My law enforcement colleagues with me today will tell you that we've often looked to those states to see trends.
Mhm.
Sadly, they're looking to us to see the trends that occurred here in the state of Maine. The illegal operational grows in our state have gone on for years. And it was incredibly frustrating, as you know, that law enforcement were attempting to address these issues because we know, just like the title of an article that I just published nationally that said this wasn't just about marijuana. This was far beyond marijuana. It was criminal activity. And it took an awful long time and led by the sheriffs with great support from the state in some places to unravel this and finally get some assistance from the federal government, not the state, to finally allow for some search warrants to unveil the amount of damage that was being done to individuals that were victims and criminals at the same time, dangerous properties that exposed residents, those living, working in those facilities, the neighbors, firemen that may have to respond to these homes, rural homes that they believe were homes, only to find out when they went inside, they had been converted into very dangerous growing operations. Senator, if you recall, the last time I probably testified here, we stood shoulder to shoulder with our main businesses because this wasn't about how Maine businesses were attending to marijuana. As a matter of fact, Maine, as you know, the Maine Sheriff's Association has a contract to do inspections. And the lengthy discussion yesterday with our investigator inspectors who say that many of our home adult recreation and medical marijuana businesses are doing extremely well with inspections. That part is going well. That's great news to hear that end is going well. What is still occurring is the illegal operations. And I think our partners with the Office of Cannabis have been tremendous. As he mentioned, great working relationships with law enforcement. I disagree on one thing. I don't know that we need more law enforcement services to be able to tackle this. We're ready to do this. The sheriffs have been doing it for a long time. What we need is to empower them to stop some of the licensing that's occurring. We're licensing individuals that we know are on our list that were targeted as illegal organized crime, nothing to do with marijuana. And I don't know that the office has right now the tools that they need to be able to stop some of those licensing.
And Sheriff, when you say we know, what does that mean practically?
When we know that that it's ongoing there.
Yes.
Through intelligence, it would be inappropriate to discuss all of that.
Correct.
But through intelligence investigations, I think you just read from the Attorney General's office, more than 30 something, I think that number's off. Our office did a great part of that. So I know that it's far beyond that. The same thing with Somerset County Sheriff Dale Lancaster, that through those investigations, we know that there are far more of these homes that have gone on. What happened, sir, as we started to take warrant actions or legal actions, charging some of these individuals, a lot of those folks disappeared and abandoned those houses.
Okay.
Completely shut down when they.
Can I just want to clarify.
Yeah, the Representative Topeka is going to ask a question.
I want to clarify.
Okay.
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
clarify something that he said. When you said all you need to do is be empowered, what did you need to be empowered for? And what are you not empowered? I'd like clarifying
Sure.
on exactly what that means, because I got lost right there.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you, Senator.
To prosecute. We were able to investigate, but the lack of prosecutors to step forward to prosecute cases early. It took a push through the federal government to get federal prosecutors on board. And when that changed, it started to snowball.
Okay.
And then some local prosecutors to step forward. Law enforcement was prepared to do investigations. We were able to do investigations, but to actually prosecute these cases, that was the challenge.
Oh, that's a very interesting point, Sheriff. I appreciate you saying it. I'll ask this question in good faith, of course. As you said, this has been going on for years. And this has come to my attention for years since I have been on a committee that has overseen cannabis for a long time. In some of the municipalities in my Senate district, which I represented since 2021, so going on 5 years. Early in my term in the Senate, a few code enforcement officers reached out to me to let me know that they saw this happening, that some of the houses where these illicit grows were taking place were unsafe. They could be fire hazards in their communities. And these code enforcement officers were asking me as a lawmaker to take some action, or to at least inform me about it and take some action. And my question back was, well, if you know that you have unsafe houses in your community and you are the code enforcement officer, why aren't you able to deal with this? And the answer I got from one of my code enforcement officers was, no one is willing to prosecute this right now because I guess there's some word from on high that we must allow for this to continue so that we may get the head of the snake. To which I said, sounds like television. But it was serious because they weren't doing anything. And so my question is, in context of what you just said, before the Department of Homeland Security had the leak of these illicit grows that were happening in Maine and Oklahoma and elsewhere, did you see any reluctance? I'm not asking you to confirm or deny what was said, but was there reluctance on behalf of prosecutors to do anything about this?
Yes. Yes, that's not, I don't think that's a secret. I think it's a discussion where that happened or why that happened. I suspect that it is misunderstanding what truly was going on here. It was difficult, I think, for law enforcement. Much of my early career was combating the growing of marijuana and selling of marijuana. Our state has taken a stance of where we want to be today when it comes to that. Understandable. Law enforcement will adapt to that, and we have. And as a matter of fact, as I mentioned, we've been here testifying in support of legitimate businesses that are running into businesses that are safe to the workers, safe to the people using product, and so on, and having the great policy folks behind us to help guide that, all good. But what we clearly recognized was there was criminal activity, which was also, Senator, being shielded because they knew that if it's marijuana, nobody's going to touch us. They're not going to come here to do this. And I think that was the reluctancy of prosecutors and others to say, we're going to step forward because these are marijuana cases. And it took a tremendous push to be able to show this was beyond the cultivation of marijuana.
Yeah.
There were companies that were doing it very legal.
The chair recognizes Representative Topeka, and then I'll go to your clarifying question, Senator.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I kind of wanted to circle back and then I have a question for you because it
Yes.
ties in. Representative Boyer did say something earlier and I know your intent of saying it, but I also wanted to say this for folks who are listening in because I know a lot of people are listening in. And I know your intent wasn't to say that folks of Asian descent should be investigated, but I think it's really important that for folks who might be thinking that, who are listening at home, who might be thinking, why don't we just investigate that, that targeting business owners simply based on the fact that their last names are of Asian descent and labeling them as suspected illegal cannabis growers is not only unlawful, but it's deeply immoral. It violates basic civil rights. Okay. It undermines due process and it replaces evidence with prejudice. Okay. So it's racial profiling. And I know Representative Boyer's values. I've sat in, I wasn't the Libertarian Caucus, but I know his values. So that wasn't his intent. But I also have heard from folks in the community who have made certain statements. And I just wanted to make it very clear that that is racial profiling. And also I would love to hear from law enforcement and have a confirmation that that's not how our law enforcement does their work in the state of Maine.
That's not how we do our work in the state of Maine. The information that we do is based on intelligence that's brought forward. It happens to be that many of those were connected to an organized crime group. That's just a fact. We can't change who was doing it. But that's not how this started. It started from looking at the intelligence that was being brought forward. Many of these cases were carbon copy duplicated. When you watched how a home was purchased, where you watched how they interacted with the neighbors, and then the behavior changed, and how materials were being brought and delivered, whether it was pesticides or how they would dispose of them. I heard somebody talk about, how they were dumping the bags outside. Folks, if this was legal, I'm not a farmer, but if this was all healthy fertilizer, why would we be spreading it on our lawn or on our gardens? In Passadumkeag, Maine, they dug a huge hole to bury it in the middle of the night. That was caught on camera. That doesn't show me that this was good fertilizer, pesticides that we should be putting on our cornfields or potato fields. There was something else going on to this. And as we continue to do the investigation, leading a little bit away from your question, it leads us where it leads us. Who's running them is who's running them. And it was incredibly disheartening to see what was taking place. I watched people who I call victims and criminals at the same time. Individuals who had no idea where Passadumkeag, Maine was, but were running these operations because they were brought there to do this. That's a problem. And this is far beyond marijuana. And it took a lot. And I'm totally not sure. I have my own thoughts of why it took us to get to this point. But it was incredibly dangerous, wrong, and it really was offensive to me. I think it's offensive to those in our state who were trying to do this legally, follow laws, follow rules, be sanctioned. Whether we agree with marijuana or not is irrelevant. It's more about, if we're going to have it, it should be done legally. And these organizations, this wasn't, maybe they were flirting with the line, they grew 10 more plants and they should have, or the plant was too tall, had nothing to do with that. If that was the case, we wouldn't even look at these. Law enforcement are incredibly busy today. But when we watched the insides of rural homes destroyed, people sleeping on hardwood, on sheets of plywood, not beds, sheets of plywood in the home. It took some of that to get folks to stop. The media, when we started releasing those pictures to the public changed on us. They crucified me. Penobscot County was the first raid in Carmel. As you recall, 4,000 plants, 100 pounds of processed marijuana. It took us showing pictures of the wiring, the water, the fertilizing areas, the charcoal rooms that were used to show people this is beyond somebody growing some marijuana.
Representative Topeka, and then Senator Timberlake has a clarifying
Very short
question.
follow-up. So my follow-up, as you describe this, a person not even knowing where they are, this sounds like human trafficking. Would you
Exactly
characterize it? And so, cannabis is one thing, human trafficking is another, and this is larger than cannabis to me. I mean, cannabis, I know we all love cannabis, hopefully we're on VLA. But, so that breaks my heart, human trafficking. No matter who you are, you don't deserve to be trafficked. So thank you.
To your point, if your protection is that law enforcement can't look at you, won't look inside those walls because it's protected as a marijuana operation and it's hands off to any investigations into marijuana, how can you look at what's happening behind it? It could be fentanyl being delivered to those folks, and the front is protection of marijuana operations. There's been a lot of good work. We've gone a long ways. It's a shame it took so much. I feel comfortable with where law enforcement is. We're fortunate to have the policy folks who do tremendous work. I do feel like I hope that they can have some tools to help us on licensing. And I lost this point, but what's frustrating to us today is we have continued information and intelligence about illegal operations, only to get there, as he mentioned before, that when we're doing our checks, we find out that they're now licensed. And that makes it incredibly difficult for us to say, okay, they're licensed now, so they're protected from what we know is the rest of what you were talking about is going on. And so that, I think, is an issue, and I hope that we go there. Two last things that I'll mention that have been brought to us as smaller issues, that these are things that need to be addressed. I saw this when I went and toured and met with sheriffs throughout Colorado. The odor is impacting neighbors, right? This is at all levels, whether it's illegal or legal. It's probably the largest complaint that code enforcement gets in local law enforcement. And then one that just kind of shocked me in a recent meeting with school resource officers was the amount of students that came into the school that have the odor of marijuana on them when they're coming into schools for whatever reason. Those are real issues, folks. And I don't know that we need to legislate our way out of it. I don't believe in that. But it's certainly a topic that should come up, impacting our students in our schools.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, Sheriff, thank you for what you've done. And I've listened to you over the last few years of you trying to get to the problem. And it is a problem. And, you know, I sat here and put a little smirk on my face when you said to get behind the wall, because it feels like me talking about DHHS. And so I do feel your pain with how we create roadblocks that don't let you look beyond there. But for the clarifying question that I had about earlier, when you was talking about prosecutors and stuff, was you talking about federal prosecutors or state prosecutors was holding up the process of us being able to move forward at a more rapid speed? Because I would really like to know where this problem falls. And you know, I'll be honest, I'm willing to point fingers when somebody's wrong, and we need to fix it at either the federal level or the state level. Now, I don't think the feds got involved because I thought they called it a Maine problem. And so I would just like clarification of which set of prosecutors is really holding us up and stopping us from moving forward.
So as I mentioned before, this problem didn't start last year. This problem's been in place for 5, 6, 7 years. As that information started to come in, we were able to look at the information and put it together like you would any investigations. I'll be very honest, the very first time one of these reported to me, I told our people, we're not spending time on trying to figure out whether somebody grew 10 plants or 12 or 15. There's processes for that. That's not our intent. Law enforcement incredibly busy today. We're charged with an awful lot. And so that wasn't our mission. When the intelligence continued to come in that we saw things that were very concerning to us beyond counts of marijuana, we started to develop these cases to put them together like any good investigation, whether it's human trafficking, burglaries, drug trafficking, firearms trafficking, whatever it is. We put that information together, presented it to prosecutors, obviously your local prosecutor first. I don't know that they were not doing it because they just didn't want to do it. They were incredibly busy or they were against it. It was convincing them and showing them that this is not just about marijuana grows, too many plants, not enough plants, all of that. I think it took us a long time to show them. It did take federal prosecutors to get involved. And I'll be very blunt. Senator Susan Collins, that I met with several times, helped push some doors open that allowed us to get federal prosecutors, and they were tremendous. The state agencies, Maine Drug Enforcement, all were coming to the table, trying to look at this problem to say, we recognize this is bigger than what it looks. How are we going to attack it? And once it started to open the door, local prosecutors jumped on. Somerset County prosecutor did a tremendous job at the local level. And I think that's continuing today. So I think that's different today, Senator, than where we were. I think the few small roadblocks that we've moved along over the last couple of years continue to be some tools that I hope our licensing board can get and that we can work with them on making sure that bad actors aren't being legalized and licensed. I know we talked at many of these committee states, we talked about regulations on power control and purchasing of home. I mean, some of this was great, well-intended, but probably unrealistic to really fix the issue. Some of the issue goes to me today is licensing. I know of several of these facilities that we drive by that are operating today that are now currently licensed. And it is concerning that some of them still are, while licensed, are still having some of the other pieces to go in the background. I don't think that's the policies committee's responsibility to figure out all of those other things. That's what investigators must do through intelligence and investigations.
Correct. Senator Timberlake.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you. So, you know, we've known from the beginning, I guess, at the beginning, this state prosecutors, local prosecutors were our biggest problem to get through the hurdle. Finally, the feds got involved, and now the locals are beginning to work along, and we're beginning to make head ground. And we know we've had human trafficking. We've had illegal chemicals being used and all these other things. If I asked you today to tell me what you need the most, if you was going to ask me for something, if you was going to ask us for something to help fix this problem, to move this along and to stop this illegal, to solve a problem, what would you say that you needed to have happen?
Well, I wish I could have cut your question in half, because when you said, what do you need? I would have said fund the county jails first. That's a whole nother day. But as for this topic, I think the continue to be able to work with the committee, the board, to make sure that they have the tools that they need to review licenses. Whether it's, do we need to give them folks that can help in the background processes? I like the comment that they're reaching out to the towns now to say that this is going to happen. Can we empower them to be able to reach out to local law enforcement to say, hold on, time out, as any good background check, before we issue this license, you need to know that there might be other things going. Folks, this has already happened with liquor enforcement. In my county, before somebody renews their liquor enforcement, they provide that application to local law enforcement to say, do you support this? Have you had continued problems at XYZ establishment? You know, are you there for fights every day? Or no, this is going well, it's good. So that might be a tool. Maybe it's there and I just don't understand that part. So that may help us. I think we need to continue to shed light. This isn't just about marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other issues that we continue to, and some folks, it's a tough world right now to talk about immigration issues and what's going on, but this is real, folks. It's here in our state. What I worry about is we put some blinders on 5 or 6, 7 years ago when this was happening, because folks said, this is Maine, this isn't Oklahoma or California, and maybe it's not happening. And folks, it's happening, and it's a shame. I've seen every single house personally, not other deputies. My eyes saw every house in Penobscot County that currently is growing marijuana. These aren't factories. These weren't built to do this. In a time when we're losing and we're struggling, we're trying to, I just heard that we're going to build 500 and something houses. We destroyed hundreds of homes in Maine, allowing this to happen. So that is a concern. You'll hear me say this over and over.
It is.
This is far beyond marijuana.
And some of it is absolutely.
I'll have some more questions later.
On
Thank you.
us, not us as a committee, but just on us out in the world, allowing these properties to be destroyed for so long without being able to even just shut that down for the safety of the community. That's what troubled me the most at the time. Major Turcott, did you want to add anything to this conversation, sir? Well, the chair recognizes Representative Fredericks, who has a question first, or a
Yes.
comment.
A question, please, if I may.
Yes, you
Thank
may.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, sir. In listening to your testimony, you had said if we could assist the Office of Cannabis Policy in stopping their licensing of those that have illegal organized crime or, if we could help the office to stop licensing those that are already, would a federal background check be applicable to eradicate, to address that issue?
To be honest, it wouldn't be fair for me to answer that. But we have tremendous folks in this board. They work great with the sheriffs. I think that's hopefully they can share what tools they need. They have great relationships with law enforcement working, or MDEA and even federal DEA. Some of my concerns about, as you heard us talk before, about not being able to work with federal agencies. This was one of those issues, right? It's important to be able to have those conversations. So again, getting back to licensing today, I think that's with our policy group on whether they should be able to do backgrounds or what it takes to do that. I don't know the inner workings of all of that. I will tell you this, they're very responsive to us.
Thank you. Major Turcott.
Good morning, Senator. The sheriff covered down, on most of the things that I would have touched on this morning. I think I'll kind of reinforce some of those things with these parallel investigations with the sheriff's office, OCP, MDEA. We're all kind of tied in, and having spoke with a lot of the prosecutors post-COVID, that's part of the reason I think with that backlog, where they were hesitant to jump onto some of these investigations, but by no means did it slow law enforcement down. I want to make that abundantly clear to everyone in the room that during this time, it may have upset us a little bit with the potential for lack of prosecution. Law enforcement still investigated these throughout COVID and beyond, but they have grown significantly in the last 2 years.
Thank you. I'll get to questions, more questions shortly. I want to invite Director Pelletier to join the panel. There probably is going to be room. Representative Mellon, is there a chair there that you can just slide over next to Major Turcott so that he's on the right side of the horseshoe? You'll have to sit. Yeah, you have to spin around. There we go. No worries.
Sit on the major.
There we are.
If you do get
And there will be more questions, but I want to hear from all of you first.
Good
So
morning.
Director Pelletier, I saw you taking furious notes as we were discussing this with the Office of Cannabis Policy, and I don't want to leave you out of this. And so I would ask you to introduce yourself and then make some comments about what you've heard and maybe answer questions that you've also heard that you can
Sure.
enlighten us about.
Thank you. My name's Scott Pelletier. I'm the director of the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency that falls under Department of Public Safety. And I appreciate having the opportunity I might be able to fill in a few gaps, some of the questions. As you probably all are aware, Maine Drug Enforcement is a task force model. We represent almost all, we cover all 16 counties, and we're made up of local, state, and in some cases, federal law enforcements are attached to our offices. So if some of the notes that I took early on, I agree with what both the major and the sheriff have said. I think as part of the investigations, a lot of times, and it has been brought out, Senator Timberlake brought it up. Oftentimes when law enforcement gets involved, these illicit grow houses are already up and established. And for them to do that, there were a number of steps before that even happened that the lights should have gone on. And I think they did. Code enforcement, real estate, CMP, August of in 2024, CMP or the PUC said CMP would not be notifying law enforcement of excessive energy use. Now, years ago, I've been doing this for almost 39 years. Back in the day when we were doing illegal marijuana grows, that was the telltale sign, excessive electricity or people taking electricity from your neighbor.
Right.
We do not get that information anymore without a subpoena or.
Okay, so without a subpoena, so was that the change in policy from our largest electricity provider in the state of Maine, that they would not voluntarily notify law enforcement with that suspected activity without a search warrant?
Correct.
That was the reasoning.
And from what my understanding is, let's be real, Maine is a marijuana state. A lot of the misinformation, I think, when people talk about these illicit grows, and they are more than just marijuana, they are human trafficking, they are money laundering, they're cross-border that goes from the United States internationally back to the mainland of China. In some cases, not in all cases, but this is what we're talking about, the illicit grows here, and those are what they are. Those type of investigations are different in the fact that, and the sheriff alluded to it, the people that are actually manning those types of illicit grows are typically older people that really do not have any other part of that other than maintaining the residents and growing the marijuana. So and I can tell you that Maine Drug Enforcement, we assign and I will submit to you the resident expert in the state of marijuana. grows. He's been around a long time, and just about I can tell you that we've been involved in 55 search warrants, both state and federal. I know the sheriff had mentioned a lower number because he was talking about the state. And then some of them have been reviewed by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Many of those are still going. I can tell you there's been at least 21 arrests out of those search warrants. Many of them are still pending, these type of investigations.
Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the timeline, when you reference these numbers, you know, in the past year, in the past
Yeah,
3 years, past 5 years, past decade.
Yeah, it's 2024 to present, if you will. So many of those investigations, you can do the search warrants. The locals will do the search warrants or will assist them. And you may make an arrest at the time. But what are we arresting somebody? We're arresting a 70-year-old or 80-year-old person who does nothing but tend to a plant, when in fact, the crime is who brought them there. Where did the money go? Where did the marijuana go? And we're finding in the majority of these cases, if not 100% of them, that it traces back to out of the state, typically New York City, back to mainland China with organized crime, triad organized crime. The state, I would submit to you, me as a director of an agency, I do not have the bandwidth to be able to go out of the state and then go internationally. We partner every day with our federal assets, DEA, FBI, HSI, in these type of investigations. And I can assure you, they are working on them. But the system is set up for, I'm not going to know what's going to happen once it goes to New York until there's an indictment. I think recently there's been a couple of federal sentencing. So it's not as fast as we would all like, I'm sure. But I think by characterizing it as the marijuana, I think society in general looks at marijuana as when we do cases or we make arrests, the turnaround is why are you doing marijuana? That's not doing anything. Why aren't you going after fentanyl people? So, you know, it doesn't bother our feelings at all. However, but that is the atmosphere and what we live in the state right now. So, I'm happy to answer any particular questions that I can.
Thank you very much, all of you, for being here today to brief us and to take our questions about this. Director Pelletier, you did say, and I just want to have you reiterate this for anyone on the committee and listening, that once it is clear that in 100% of these cases, we are talking about international organized crime syndicates, the federal law enforcement agencies have to do the bulk of the work to get the prosecutions. Would that be correct to say?
Yes, I mean, it is a heavy lift for both. We work even from the beginning, and like I mentioned earlier, this Maine Drug Enforcement actually assigns a state agent to a federal task force who specializes in marijuana.
Okay.
All the information and investigations, for the most part, we do jointly. Maine Drug Enforcement will assist any agency.
Okay.
We do not take the lead investigation. We kind of are a force multiplier, if you will, in the state system. And once we get to a point where we start identifying these out of state and out of country entities, then that is really where the federal agencies pick up, and then they do what they do. And it's not necessarily in our offices. So, but that is where, and that's the way the system is supposed to work, quite frankly. And I can assure you that we work with them every day, and they are doing that. The timelines, I can't give you a timeline on because most of these cases are still pending, and they do take years
They take
in some
years.
cases.
Thank you.
If I could make a comment.
You may.
This reminds me a little bit.
Thank you.
If I can make a quick comment, this reminds me a little bit of the national scams, right?
Okay.
When we see scams occur, it takes feds a tremendous amount of work to get the scammers that are sometimes in our country or out of the country. But local law enforcement has a responsibility to try to stop it from happening, right? Try to help victims not become victims. Similar to this, he just did a tremendous job outlining and showing the amount of work that it takes to find somebody who's doing human trafficking, money that's going out of our country. But what we can do, we have the tools to be able to stop some of those operations from happening here. If we can stop at the local level from allowing a house to happen or grow, perhaps they won't be dragging folks in to our state, taking over houses and doing this. So at the local level, how can we help stop them from happening? Right? And that will make it more difficult. Perhaps they go somewhere else. But we have a responsibility. We are doing that. We saw this when so many of these raids, and I think just want to clarify, actually, I'm with you. I think our numbers are higher because we've done a tremendous amount than what the Attorney General may have pointed out. That may be old data. But I saw firsthand that once Somerset County Sheriff's Office, Penobscot County had 6 or 8 raids between us involving all of these agencies that work collectively. When we went to do our next raids, they're empty houses. To me, that's effective law enforcement, proactive law enforcement. We stopped it. What was frustrating as we continued to pull the investigation together and intelligence and go back because they're now open again for business, because we hear it through intelligence, we found out they were licensed. And that was incredibly frustrating. That's not a poke at licensing at all. That made us believe, like, boy, do they have the tools that they need so that we're not licensing those that may have been on our list, our property on our list. What more steps can we do or laws can we put in place that help them say, hold on, we're going to pause this a little bit more before, I mean, out of those numerous ones, I just called them again. They're very responsive. I just called again the other day. I got information intelligence on what is more than marijuana going on. And the first thing I do is call the office and they're telling me they're licensed. So instantly we have another hurdle to get through.
I'm going to take questions from Representative Boyer and Senator Timberlake and anyone else, but I want to just nail down on this a little bit. Just because an entity is licensed or registered, licensed under adult use, registered under medical, but you also suspect that there's trafficking going on, how does the registration or license stop you from investigating the trafficking?
Doesn't stop at something. Well said, well spoken. That's just a piece of it.
Okay.
But as you're building information together, you're trying to show the nexus from one thing to the next, right? If we're not allowed to address the original nexus, the original complaint, how do you get to the next part of that? But this goes back to why it's so important that we're able to work with our federal partners to be able to share this, to say that this is the other intel that we're going to need. And as he elegantly spoke out and said, it does take a tremendous amount of resources on the federal level to help us.
What is the threshold for probable cause with human trafficking? Because again, it would seem to me that no matter a registration or a license, if you have probable cause, whatever that is, what's that threshold that it would seem to me you could get a warrant to investigate that regardless of the legality of the cannabis grow?
So the most interesting thing about this has been many years that this has been occurring in our state at different levels. What's really interesting about human trafficking that I think all investigators will agree on is, remember this, victims and criminals at the same time.
Yeah.
So when you speak to a victim who's potentially involved in criminal activity, it is incredibly difficult to get a victim to understand that it's okay to sometimes share their information. Incredible. I watched this through an interpretation that took place with one of the individuals that were here in our state, and they were so reluctant to talk about the human trafficking part because they felt like, if I talk to you about that, I'm potentially telling you that I'm a criminal at the same time.
So so this is just coming to my mind, and this is not the committee that oversees criminal justice and public safety issues, but would it be fair to say we may need a Good Samaritan law to cover people who may be human trafficked and also participating in crime so that they feel like they can come forward with the trafficking side?
That's a bigger question than probably for today. I think there's been some pros and cons to the Good Samaritan law. In my professional and personal opinion, it's gone too far, and you're potentially going to stop our abilities to address further criminal activity beyond what was initiated. So while I understand the concept, I'm not sure that that is the path here.
So thank you for that answer. And I know that immunity comes through agreements and deals that are made between prosecuting attorneys and anyone else. But I guess I'm just trying to get to what policies can be put in place, either in law or not, that would make it easier for people who are victims of human trafficking to be clear about that with law enforcement and be shielded, maybe not completely shielded, but somewhat shielded from being charged with crimes that they really don't have a choice except to participate in because they're being trafficked.
So my friends with the Maine Drug Enforcement will tell you that I think they're exposed to this daily when they're dealing with individuals, young ladies that are involved in the drug world that are also being used. It becomes a huge issue, again, when they're involved in criminal activity. How to protect that? It's a greater conversation. And some of this has been going on for decades that we haven't quite got there. I hope that we can move that way. The first thing we have to do is recognize this is actually occurring here in our state. And it's not just in California or Oklahoma. It's happening here in our state. Collectively, we'll be able to come up with some things. We need to take small steps first to accomplish this.
Thank you.
If I may, we all need to understand there are different levels of and different types of human trafficking. There's obviously the sex trafficking. And if we're talking about what I'm talking about here in these illicit grows, in many cultures, when a person comes to an age, I'll say a ripe old age like myself, they get to an age where the society does not look at them as being productive any longer. So many of the reasons why we see some of the older people in some of these marijuana grows is because they've been given an opportunity. They are from another land. In their society, they're really not producing anything anymore, not as a productive member of society. They're lured here by, we have a job for you. We're going to go to America and we're going to give you a place to live and we're going to give you a job. And that actually ends up where we run into, is the victim the criminal or the criminal the victim? And in some cases, trying to elicit information about who they even work for, sometimes they don't know.
Yeah.
They truly do not know.
Understood. So, Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you all three raise your hand if you've read the Border Patrol memo from a couple of years ago that started this investigation, the Homeland Security memo? Have either three of you read the Homeland Security memo?
I don't. There's a difference. So you're asking about Border Patrol or Homeland Securities, which?
Are you talking about the leak, Representative?
The original memo from 2023 that came from the federal government saying that there was illegal grows proliferating in residential areas of Maine.
I am well aware of the document that I believe that you're talking about, yes. From my.
Same. I can't say I've read it, but I've heard of it.
Right. I'm aware of that, but I don't think I've seen the actual letter. I think I've seen excerpts of it.
You may proceed.
You could turn the mic off.
Yeah, that one you can keep on.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the only one that. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative.
What nation states were linked to these illegal grows in that memo?
There were actually several. I'm not sure that it was specific to a nation. I believe, and I don't have the document in front of me. It's been a few years. The information in the memo was less concerning to me than knowing that those residences that were targeted in that were in my county or in our state. That was our focus. Somebody else's opinion as to how this was occurring and what the operations were may have been their opinion. We didn't just get a memo and say, okay, this is it. That's why we're targeting this place. We had to develop our own intelligence based on that and move forward. I'm not sure if that answers.
I appreciate it. I can ask it a different way, but I guess I'd ask first, do all three of you agree that this is organized crime?
I say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you. And I appreciate my colleague acknowledging my values, and I'm firm in my values, so it doesn't bother me to ask. Sheriff, in the majority of the bus that you conducted for illegal grows, were they of Asian descent?
Yes, they were.
And for you other fellows?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
To add to that, I think this is important. In one of our substantial cases that were headlined in the news, the woman who fell victim, who lived next door, who had her property beside her farm pond dug up and had materials buried in the ground, watched this for years. And because she was so fearful, her words, not mine, in tears crying to me, sharing this information, is her biggest reluctance to even reporting to this is she did not want to be called racist. It was the fact that the criminal activity was happening, but she was incredibly concerned that she would be called racist simply because they happened to be not from here.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think first of all, I want to thank all three of you for being here. In all my years of serving at the LA, this is probably one of the most interesting conversations that I've really had, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your honesty in being here. I got 2 or 3 things that I wrote down. And my biggest interest today is figuring out how to solve the problem. You know, and when you talked earlier, Mr. Pelletier, about CMP stopping giving you the information on large electric uses, I really want to clarify whether that was CMP or the PUC or some other regulation that stops CMP from doing that. I'd like to have that very clear, because I didn't think it was CMP that stopped. I think they was told to stop.
Thank you. From my understanding, when I mentioned CMP, because in the South, that's where most of the bills are from CMP. I believe it's PUC. I can get you I could probably pull it up right now, but I believe it was in August of 2024 that the PUC came out and said that CMP and other agents, and I believe CMP did too, say that they would not be, without a legal process, be notifying law enforcement of excessive energy use. Where that used to be, it was kind of normal. Like I had brought up earlier, you know, early prevention from whether it's the code enforcement officers or real estate or DEP. We work very closely with DEP. Some of the red flags that came out, and early on, it used to be high electricity use. That was the key. That's what we all looked at. And once we were notified, then we would still follow up with legal process to get records. It wasn't like CMP or any energy company was going to give us records. They would just notify us and say, hey, this doesn't look right. And that's how we would do it. But it's got to the point now where we don't get those calls anymore. I don't know if they do it to the local, you know, code enforcement or even the town. But what I can tell you is it's another hurdle for us to eliminate, to start identifying a lot of these places. And if I may, I can tell you from my experience, 9 times out of 10, the cases that we investigate start out as an address, not a person, not people. It's typically an address that either the neighbors or some sort of intel will come in and saying, hey, there's strange activity going on here. We can smell this. Or we see people coming and going. Not necessarily a name, not in all cases, but the majority of the cases are identified for us initially by address, not, you know, there's in this case, Asian people or Dominican people. That's really not how most of these start. They come out as suspicious activity at a location in somebody's neighborhood, and they identify an address. And that's primarily where we start our investigations, and then identify from there.
Yes, Senator Timberlake, you may proceed.
Thank you. You know, we talked a lot about human trafficking here today, and I was wondering, as I was sitting here thinking about it, with the state stop being involved with immigration at all, do you think that's had any impact on the human trafficking, or do you think it will have any impact on the human trafficking if we can't work together with the immigration department and local? And that's to all three of you.
Well, I can say we do work with immigration. We're a task force model, but our partners with immigration do not request us to do immigration work. We work day to day with immigration or HSI immigration people. They're all, they do a little bit of everything, but they're arm in arm with us in the same kind of investigations we're talking about right now, along with FBI, along with DEA, Border Patrol. We are all investigating crime. I can tell you, nobody has ever asked us at Maine Drug Enforcement, we need you to help us do immigration work.
Senator.
I can't talk to Jim. Sorry. Yeah, and I wasn't asking you to do immigration work. I was asking if you were thinking it was if the state not being able to be involved, because we've been told that immigration is being two separate departments. We're no longer helping each other is what the word on the street is. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I'd like clarification on that. But my concern is if we're not working together with all of our law enforcement, that the ability to create human trafficking increases. And it's something that's very concerning to me, because I think human trafficking and treating people like slaves and everything else is really bothersome to me. And it's not something I agree with. And so it's very concerning to me with and let's face it, immigration's been a big problem here for the last 2 or 3 months. It's gone overboard. But we also need to stop it. And I don't want to see, the protections coming. So that's what my concern is. I think, to move on, we've already agreed that the Chinese mafia has become a big problem here. And the bigger issue to me is, I'm hearing from you folks, is local involvement, not getting the notices that we was getting from CMP. And we're granting licenses that probably we shouldn't be licensing, because I know within my own town, just recently, somebody applied for a license that wasn't really the one applying for the license, but he had a clean record. So they used his name instead of the real person's name who was putting up the money. And these are concerning to me. And do you not think that OCP is the people granting the license? And I'm not trying to put the finger on OCP, but are granting licenses, and we're finding ways around the law that this is happening. And we know that it's part of the Chinese mafia that's doing it. We know this we've heard you say it. We've heard it on the street everywhere. We've seen it. I've had it in my own town. I come out of Turner, Maine, where we've had two deaths at a marijuana facility. Guy found in a barrel, stuffed and shot. So it's not something that it's not happening. And you're never going to convince me it's not happening. And how do you, I guess I'm really trying to get you guys to give me something for an answer of what in the hell we do to stop this, and how we stop this, other than just dancing around the damn subject, pardon me. But that's where I'm at. We're seeing this happening. We're seeing it continue. It's not stopping. I want to know if it's the state, the feds, or both, or we're just not doing our job. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Senator. Let them answer your question, sir.
Gentlemen. Yeah, Senator, I think it comes back to, when we get the information, like any other investigation, we need someone to tell us about it. Sometimes it's driven proactively. I'll give you an example of an operation that one of our troops did last year. Went for a suspicious incident at a residence. The trooper sees a large marijuana grow. Trooper doesn't know kind of what to do with it, leaves. Fast forward, there's a meeting. This is an illegal operation likely. So we partner with OCP other agencies to make sure that there's not pending investigations. And that's where we kind of start our investigation. Send the subpoena for the power bill, try to identify who lives at the residence. But unless we don't know about it, we can't act on it. So if we know about it, we'll treat it like any other investigation and we will investigate it. So I just want you to know that the state police does not shy away from these. If there's a criminal investigation that needs to be had, similar to probably the sheriff's office, they're going to investigate it as well.
I think the Office of Cannabis Policy is doing a tremendous job. I'll say this over and over again. I hope that we can continue to give them the tools that help address licensing. Because as I mentioned and use the scam part as an example, if we can stop some of this from occurring at the lowest level, we can prevent it. I was encouraged to see federal prosecution. You saw this out of Bangor Federal Court on the mortgage fraud of a couple individuals who went out and bought homes with the intent to live there who never lived there. And they're being prosecuted. That will have a impact on those who choose to come and take advantage of our state and take advantage of companies and businesses that are trying to do marijuana businesses legally and appropriately. They're being taken advantage of. And so I hope that sometimes at those federal prosecutor levels, that it will have an impact before you decide to come and take advantage of Mainers. It has to be done, Senator, at all three levels, local, state, and certainly our feds. And we're going to continue to do it. Our office is continuing to investigate these daily and trying to bring up the parts that are beyond marijuana to show people. But even with that being said, it's difficult until you show those pictures that people start to realize it's beyond it.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say, I want to finish up. I just want to say thank you guys for being here. And my frustration is not with you folks, it's with how we solve the problem. And I think that's us. So I just want to make that clear. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there,
He wants to.
since Senator Timberlake, thank you. Since there has been more permission or a more aggressive approach from local and state law enforcement to investigate these illegal grows and the criminal organizations that support them, have you seen any decrease in new establishments opening?
No. Oh, and what I'm concerned about is, and this is where I hope those that are here that see that law enforcement is not here to target end users. We're not here to target legal businesses, but we need them to be in partnership. If they're taking in marijuana from illegal places and they don't realize how poorly or how much pesticides or what's being done, what's forced into that marijuana, they need to be partners with us to say, this is not okay. We're not going to do that. Let's do it entirely legal. So that's where they can make a difference in this push too. I don't think that it's decreased. The 43 homes in Penobscot County who are essentially empty, shut down, gone. More than half of them are full now. And most of them are now licensed. And so the operation's gone right back into place. No fault of the Office of Cannabis Policy, but it's licensed. And so it's continuing.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Timberlake. I've heard my sheriff repeatedly today kind of mention a few solutions. And one of them I've mentioned is empowering local municipalities to have some more oversight, maybe in like the areas of approving licensures for medical in some way, shape, or form, much in the same way that they do alcohol. And it's our job to weigh the pros and cons of that. And I don't know if I support that or not, but I've heard kind of the same thing over and over again for the past couple of years of what some of the solutions they suggest are. And I think that some of us don't like the idea of these solutions. Maybe not you, but some other folks at this horseshoe. And then while we have law enforcement here, Representative Boyer, I have a question for you because it might lead me to another question. I thought I knew your values, but I want you to make it really explicitly clear. Are you advocating for OCP and law enforcement to target people based on their last name of Asian descent and to open investigations upon them for illicit grows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking our government to do its job to protect Maine's medical and adult use cannabis operators who pay a ton of taxes, a lot of regulations, and are having their livelihoods destroyed by organized crime. So that's what I'm after. I'm not here to answer questions from you either.
Do you have a question for the panel, Representative Speaker?
Well, my question was to go on to, if somebody was going to be more direct instead of vague, to remind us of why we can't target people based on last names. But we don't have to reiterate that. It's no secret that it's, we can trace it back to Chinese organizations. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. The line is when you look at a list of names and you profile it based on how they sound. Okay. And what we say here has a ripple in the community. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for your excellent presentations. I want to thank Senator Timberlake for raising something that raised my curiosity, and maybe I don't fully understand it yet.
Senator Fairclough, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry, I didn't fully understand it yet, but I just want to make sure. So recently, I think you said maybe 2023, and maybe it was the PUC issued a different kind of policy as it might relate to when there's big jumps in power usage and how easily and fluidly that information can be accessed by law enforcement. I just wanted to, and maybe you don't know, and maybe I just need to explore with others about what the, reasoning, whether it was some kind of court ruling or other basis for why that change occurred. I'm curious, because in the past, I think has been mentioned, that was sort of standard operating procedure. You'd get that information and then follow up on it, just statistically, because there was a jump in power usage. So I just wanted to know how we could better follow up on that and make sure we understand why.
I don't mind tackling that from the sheriff's aspect, if that's okay, Director. My knowledge, my recollection is we've always had to do that. We've always had to nobody just willingly gave us information. I feel like there's some comments in the last year where they were very open to say, we are not just giving this information over to law enforcement, that there were processes that occurred. There were always relationships, whether it was a theft of utilities or whatnot, where power companies were very open with power usages at homes and stuff. And so there may be some dialogue about that. But as far as an investigation into for decades of marijuana grow, right, is take power to run these today or yesterday, that we've always had a process to go through with subpoenas to get records. And sometimes really detriment to some of the cases, sometimes it takes some time to do that.
Thank you very much. It did sound like though that there had been an observation of a change, the way that flow of information had occurred. And that's what I kind of wanted to further understand, because my past recollection was that was kind of tool number one in some cases.
Thank you. I think it is clear that when you legalize cannabis, which is often grown indoors, that the power usage increase doesn't necessarily mean illicit activity any longer, because people are legally able to grow a lot of cannabis depending upon their tier in the adult use program and their square footage in the medical program. So there's that, but I do appreciate the clarity that there's always been a need to prove why you should be accessing someone's electrical use information, especially by law enforcement. It is a free society. And one of the things that I am hearing is that due process is a process that can go a lot longer than people might like for it to go, depending upon what it is they'd like to see solved or stopped. And we do appreciate due process taking however long it takes, because otherwise we would not be in a free society. We really appreciate you gentlemen for being here today. Are there any last questions the committee would like to ask? So in the interest of time, we do have a few items on our agenda we need to get to, but in that regard, the chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a question of Ms. Pierce? Is that all right?
You may,
Okay.
but let's first see if we have any more questions for our law enforcement officers who are with us today. The chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the state police. What year was the first year that the state police was involved in illegal cultivation, prosecution, investigations?
Long before I joined the state police. You specifically
I'm
talking
not sure
since
when you-
legalization?
I'm not sure when you started the force.
Sorry, 2006.
After legalization, I'm asking this question because a lot of folks feel like the state police have been absent on this issue. The chief executive has been asked about this, has never uttered a word really about the proliferation of the illegal grows. So what you're saying today is helpful that you guys are involved. So I'm just wondering when that started in a robust and meaningful way.
Yeah, I'll speak back to my days as a road trooper out of Troop C, Franklin, Somerset, Kennebec County. We authored and executed numerous search warrants before and after cannabis was legalized. What I would like to just kind of let you know, because I've heard it as well from you before on the state police seems absent. I was asked to look at 2 years worth of data and we have done executed 5 search warrants, Representative, in the last 2 years, resulting in 4,000 or 5,000 plants, dozens of pounds of processed. So we are involved, but I also polled the troop commanders, because this was a question that was asked prior to me coming here, was did we have any investigations that came in that we did not look at? And the answer was no. What I would say too, in 2024, 2023, 2024, we started kind of doing a little bit more, which 5 is still, it's better than 0, but the state police had a high vacancy rate. We were about 61 troopers down a little over 2.5 years ago. We've increased that complement. So if the calls aren't coming in, we would be relying on officers being proactive in the field to then start that process of a criminal investigation. But to your point, we've done 5 in the last 2 years.
Thank you. And I just want to say and ask a question about why you think this was. I moved to Maine a quarter of a century ago. I get to say a quarter of a century ago. And I remember headlines regularly in the Sunday paper about raids on cannabis grows in Oxford County, in Penobscot County, in Washington County, and they seem to be in the paper every other week. And that was way before adult use legalization, way before home grow legalization. And of course, the medical program was legal, but still largely underground. Do any of you remember that? And if so, what do you think that was about?
I've been in this business for a little bit long. I know I look incredibly young, but I've been
Right on.
37 years I've been in the business. I was the Penobscot County marijuana drug coordinator for several years, involved in flight missions with my friends at Maine Drug Enforcement, where this was a huge issue for decades on addressing marijuana. Our state looked at it much differently then. I will say that when we did those raids, there was two distinct groups.
Mm-hmm.
There were groups growing marijuana for personal use and to sell to friends and family. And then there was criminal enterprise even back then. There was sale of stolen property in lieu of marijuana and that other part, right? And so we saw that then. Sometimes the investigation would lead you that way. But with that being said, law enforcement has taken the direction of our state, whether we personally agree with it or not. I think it's brought some pros and cons to our state. Our state has spoken. The state wanted marijuana in our state. We've worked for years, the policy board, others, law enforcement, to figure out the rules that support it. It's a shame that while this was going on, people came to our state and took advantage of perhaps holes, gaps in the law, and then took advantage of what was occurring here in our state. It had occurred with those that became addicted to opioids. And that's why our fentanyl and heroin and drug trafficking came to our state, taking advantage of people who became addicted. The marijuana trade, I don't think, is any different. We opened the door to it, and maybe all the Every single rule and every single law wasn't in place. People came in and took advantage of it in an ugly way. And so I think if you were able to ask those that are in the business and know that are in the business, they don't appreciate this either. It is not healthy for the business. It looks bad for the business. It's not good for those using product that is dangerous product. And so, yes, I have a long history of doing this. This was nothing I'd ever seen before, Senator. The first time I breached a door with our team to go inside and look after and listen to, at that time, we needed HSI to help us with interpreters to speak Mandarin to individuals. It was stunning to see what we thought we knew was happening, to see how bad it really was. And it was after then that it was the phone call from the lady in Pasadena that told me, regardless of what's happening, with somebody wants to prosecute, we need to do the right thing as law enforcement and step forward. This wasn't marijuana growing. This was far beyond it. And I think that's why I'll speak specifically to our sheriffs, our state police, and certainly drug enforcement absolutely jumped in. But our sheriffs looked at this to say, we need to do the right thing for so many reasons. This has changed from the days that you talked about somebody growing it out in the backwoods of Bradford to what we were watching in rural homes, destroying rural homes that have, there's still 43 throughout our state. And if you watch what it was doing to the neighbors, it was unbelievable. And I don't want to keep picking on this, but can you imagine driving a code enforcement officer in these little rural towns who have limited experience into a home that has makeshift wiring with tons of voltage that run through this house? If I could show you a couple pictures, if you look on our website and look at that home in Corona, at the wiring jobs that were in there, thank God nobody got hurt.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Major. Director, you have something else to say?
If I may, just to answer Representative Faircloth's mentioned about the PUC, on the maine.gov under the Maine Public Utilities Commission, their CASD bulletin 2025-01 is the bulletin that outlines that, and it's online under the PUC. Basically, it was dated September of 16th of 2025. That outlines the whole thing about FOIA and the abilities of what abilities they were not going to allow anymore.
Thank you very much, Representative Faircloth. Your mic, Director.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up, so that directive did lead to some change in how business was conducted with regard to these issues.
Yes, it was just one, it's just one piece of the puzzle where we used to be able to get tips from linemen, like guys are working on then they said, oh, this isn't right. And they would make a tip just like a citizen would. Those are no longer allowed.
Understood. Gentlemen, we appreciate you doing all that you can to keep us safe and to keep our communities vibrant. Thank you very much for taking the time with us. There may be follow-up questions that come your way in the future, but we certainly appreciate you being in person. We have one more question for the Office of Cannabis Policy from Representative Frost, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break before we continue with our listening session and our work sessions to follow. So, Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can't believe I said, can I ask earlier instead of may I? I know my
Really
English and I know it better than that.
It's Friday.
Right. Thanks, Ms. Pierce. We heard great praise from law enforcement just now for the Office of Cannabis Policy. And we also heard them say they'd love to see you have the tools to stop the licensing. Could you please tell us what that means?
I can tell you that in the we have sufficient tools in the adult use program right now. We are not seeing individuals apply to the adult use program because of the level of transparency that is present in that program. We are seeing applicants apply to the medical cannabis program because there is no, there is not a statewide electronic inventory tracking system, and there is not mandatory testing that requires them to show what is in the medicine that is being sent to patients.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. The committee will be at ease for 10 minutes before we move into our listening session on the state mandated software for track and trace. The committee will be in order. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We are now going to move to the listening session. Adult use cannabis licensees experience using the state's inventory tracking system. For the public to hear and just to remind the folks who have signed up to testify in person and online. The committee is interested in hearing licensees' insights on both the benefits and challenges of using Metrc in the day-to-day operations of your licensed establishment. What improvements, if any, would you like to see in the software? The committee hopes that you can be as specific as possible when discussing both the benefits and challenges. The committee asks that any comments regarding Metrc as a business entity, including any comments on pending litigation or any other issues related to Metrc or OCP evaluated by another legislative committee, including the Government Oversight Committee, should not be presented as a part of this listening session today. So the chair intends to first hear from people who have signed up, who are in person, and then we will turn to online testimony from those who have signed up to testify on Zoom. The chair will call members in the order in which they have registered for today's listening session. So our first person in person to provide listening session information for us is Tammy Smith from Grams 5 and Dime Cannabis, who is in the room, as far as I believe. Tammy Smith?
Yes.
You are first up in our listening session to provide your 3-minute testimony to us on the benefits and challenges of using Metrc in the day-to-day operations of your business.
Okay, I have,
Ms. Smith, can you please just defer for one moment? I appreciate it. I know that this will be making sure we're back. Okay.
I gotta get back to the shop. I got parking and stuff like
Thank you, Tammy Smith, for that pause. We are going to get your testimony from our committee clerk, but you may begin presenting it whenever you are ready.
Oh, okay. I'm here to talk to you about my experiences with Metrc. My name is Tammy Smith, and I am a current adult use licensee. I also have a medical caregiver license, and we operate both a manufacturing and retail store in both industries. And as a licensee in both programs, I have the ability to compare these programs and how to operate within each of them firsthand. I want to talk about first the cost versus benefit from my personal experience. As a business owner in several different industries, we have always used a point of sale system, spreadsheets, and QuickBooks to manage our businesses, as we believe that data and analytics is a necessary part of building a successful enterprise. The programs we currently use enable us to track our inventory from purchases to sales, providing all of the data needed to manage our inventory. We can track vendor information, what we purchase from each vendor, with unique barcodes assigned to that batch, testing information, wholesale transactions, and where our products end up. We can even track the consumer who purchases the product if we choose. We are a small to mid-sized business, and up until recently manufactured edibles solely for our own retail stores. In the summer of 2025, we began to offer wholesale to just a few accounts. This is a following of the overview of costs associated with using Metrc. I personally spend 30 to 35 hours of my 60-hour work week just on Metrc data input in our manufacturing. First step is to create the batch in our point of sale system that is integrated with Metrc and assign a tag. The second step is pulling and creating the lab sample transfer to the lab and assigning a second tag. The third step, once test results are uploaded as tests passed and released in Metrc, is to convert a product to a packaged product and assign a third tag. for each packaged product. In one batch of bulk gummies, we package in 2 different quantities, so there's a tag for each. The 4th step is transferring the product to our retail store or a wholesale partner and assign a 5th tag. The cost of these tags to move one batch of a manufactured product from our kitchen to retail is $1.85. This may seem small at first glance, and as stated before, we are a small to mid-sized business using 750 tags in 2025 at a cost of $268.22. This cost includes sales tax, shipping and handling that breaks down to just under 36 cents per tag. I want to point out that these tags do end up in landfills and are not biodegradable or good for the environment. We also have labor for monthly audits, inventory within the Metro system, and to manage the current and inactive tags. Our yearly expense to manage Metric for one manufacturing license is a minimum of $25,000 to $30,000 per year if I were to hire a part-time minimum wage employee. The cost of an outline above adjusts for my manufacturing
I
does not
I
include the time.
apologize, your 3 minutes is up, but it'll give us time to ask any clarifying questions. I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith from the committee?
Sure.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I received an email from a high-powered lawyer that says her clients don't expend any labor on metric tags. Would you agree with that?
Definitely not.
And Ms. Smith, can you just, I'm getting the opinion so far from listening to you and reading the rest of your testimony that labor is a big deal.
Yes.
And the time spent paying for that labor is an expense. At the very end, could you just summarize your last paragraph just so that there's a little balance that we're hearing? Because it sounds like you're saying something okay about the track and trace, but I don't want to misrepresent what you have written here. So if you could just read the last paragraph or two, in my opinion, that would be for the record. I'd appreciate it very much.
In my opinion, the most important part of track and trace is failed product and keeping that product from the consumer. There are other ways that can be done that are more efficient. A portal could be developed to submit the test results to OCP, and a failed test could trigger the investigation and put a hold on a product. This would allow a more efficient and cost-effective option for Maine and the businesses. We already, like I was saying before, we already have the ability to track all of our product through point-of-sale systems, through spreadsheets. QuickBooks even can track your product, and you can put all your information in there. If there was a failed test or a failed product, all that information could be requested and used for an investigation. It does not have to be managed through a very expensive and ineffective program.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm taking notice of your sentence here about you misplaced an apostrophe and it resulted in 2 hours of extra time. So I want to know, though, when there's an error in transcription or error in use of metric, does it pause the system? Is there a pause? Must you reconcile it before you can go proceed forward? Yes. Okay, and a follow-up
You may
question?
proceed.
Thank you. And if you were a novice employee, just using metric, new to the company, and you had this error, but you were not aware of just where it was or what it was. Tell me, are there support services to assist you in finding and detecting the problem by way of contacting Metric? Yes, there is. And is there a time response, or they immediately answer with a human being when there's a call made to them? I've been on hold for a short time before, but you can either use probably a chat, or you can call them. Okay. Usually I call. And lastly, if it's a prolonged wait for assistance, is your next step to contact OCP with the question? No, if they can't figure it out, and I've had this happen 3 times in the past year. They put in a help ticket through OCP. They put in a help ticket and it does go to OCP and their IT department.
You
Last question.
may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in using your example, now we have a help ticket that's been initiated. Does that delay or stall the distribution of that harvest, of that product?
Yes.
Of those dollars that you've invested in cultivating and labeling? And it does.
Yes, so I have an example of that in here, where I had a product that passed tests. There was a glitch when it was uploaded back to Metric, so it would not release the product. It took 2 weeks they put in a help ticket. They couldn't figure the problem out on their end. They sent it to OCP, who researched it and then approved it, the release. That took 2 weeks. I had a value of $3,600 worth of wholesale product waiting. If I had been a larger business, it could have been hundreds, thousands of dollars sitting there.
Delayed in sale. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Any other questions for Tammy Smith from the committee? Chair recognizes Member Speaker.
So I have a clarifying question about the issue that you raised, and I know it says here that it was in the past year, but just so I'm clear, because I've heard from folks that, you know, a lot of the technical issues have been resolved over time, but like, just to be clear, you're saying this has happened more recently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for participating in our listening session.
Thank you.
Next on the in-person list is James Folan. From East Coast Cannabis. Okay, then we will come back to Mr. Folan on Zoom. Continue with our in-person testimony. Greg Newland, Nova Analytics. Greg Newland here. Okay. Matthew Bayless.
I just erased my testimony. Good afternoon. Senator Hickman, Representative Sapika, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. My name is Matthew Bayless. I'm a resident of Cumberland. I'm a current medical registrant caregiver with a storefront in Portland and a cultivation facility in South Portland. I was one of the original licensees for the adult use cannabis industry here in Maine. So my company was actually the first one to onboard Metric. And I appreciate the committee's very tight rules about where our boundaries are today. And I just want to admit, I was never a registered user of Metric. I'm a company owner. I'm the head of cultivation. I'm the director of sales. So I talked to my peers from out of state before that use Metric before we onboarded it, and they backed my decision to do that. They said, you don't want to get bogged down in this. You need to run your business and hire people that can run complicated software systems. I hired a distributor, a wine distributor. He ran a wine distributor and importer out of North Carolina from a highly regulated industry. He imported from out of the country, interstate, outer state, very complex stuff. My current general manager, she came from the fuel industry, another very highly regulated industry. And as a business owner, seeing how this affected morale within the company was very disheartening. It really bogged these people down and complicated their days, and they were salaried employees. They often stayed late to undo. If they had to stay late, it was to undo Metric mistakes. Oftentimes things would get bogged down and we wouldn't be able to transact for a couple of days just for simple clerical reasons, simple mistakes. You'd get into a queue. It'd take a couple of days to work through it. And we're a small business. And that's the big thing about this is Metric kills small businesses. In a nascent industry, highly regulated, such as cannabis, there's only one advantage you have as a small operator, and that's to be nimble. And Metric completely eliminates the ability for small businesses to be nimble. It's meant for scale. It's a regulator's tool. We heard that directly in my office from the deputy director of OCP, Vern Malik, several years ago. It's a regulator's tool. It's built for scale. It's meant for scale. And quite honestly, it's meant to destroy small businesses. It doesn't it doesn't do anything for inversion or diversion. We covered that in this committee room years ago. The acting director at that time, Eric Gunderson, admitted on mic that it doesn't prevent diversion. And if the committee would like to ask for examples, I can give you a million detailed examples of how an operator can work around metric to invert or divert product. Now that I don't have my notes and I see the time ticking down, I'll just leave that if the committee would like to ask some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless, for participating today. Are there any questions for Mr. Bayless from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I guess I just, that was quick and I just got confused because I thought you said that you didn't use metric and yet you spoke a lot about how bad metric was. So you're taking that from your friends who, out-of-state friends who suggested that you not use metric. Is that where that's coming from?
Thank you for your question, Representative Frost. I was not a user. I am the owner of the company. I asked peers from out of state before we onboarded it what their suggestions were and any pointers. And then when I made a decision to isolate myself from that so I could focus on the business and empower professionals within my company to do that role, I got feedback from them. So every week we have meetings, interdepartment meetings, and I can just tell you half of the meeting was, sorry, but pissing and moaning about metric. And it bogged us down. And we had a lot of back and forth with OCP. We had a lot of back and forth with metric. And that was always met with this. This is a nascent industry. This is what this is about, is I'm afraid what happens 5-10 years down the road. And the way that good faith of launching this industry and using this software, which is now a monopoly, was conducted is very, very concerning. And yeah, I never was a user. And thank God I wasn't, but I heard from my staff constantly how cumbersome it was, how awful the customer service was. Could go on and on and on. I hope someone asked me about
So
diversion.
to be clear, your business did have to use metric.
Absolutely.
It's just that you were not the person who did any part of it.
Absolutely.
Is it also true? I think my recollection is even for this listening session today, and certainly in the committee's past conversations, that the person in your company who you hired to do metric sent us a list of issues or challenges that we have in our possession as committee members to get more examples of how metric affected the day-to-day operations of your former business.
That's correct, Senator. Kimber Duncan's here in person and is going to testify
great.
after me.
Perfect.
So Kimber compiled 32 pages. And listen, it pains me. Like, I brought in people from outside the cannabis industry because we wanted to stand up a grassroots craft cannabis industry in this state that parallels the oyster industry and parallels the craft beer industry. And that hasn't happened. And I have a responsibility to these people. I promised these people a career path, and it's not happening.
So Kimber Duncan is signed up to testify on Zoom. Are you saying that she's in the room?
Yes, she's in
today?
person.
Okay,
She's right
perfect.
here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bayless? Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just take a second. Thank you, Mr. Bayless, for being here today. Now, what I heard you say is that metric is not an operator's tool, it's a regulator's tool, and that was said by someone in the OCP administration.
Yeah, Deputy, thank you for your question, Representative Fredericks.
Yeah.
I know your name, I'm sorry. Deputy Director Malik was kind enough to come to our business for almost a full day to shadow us about metric. And at the end of the day, several revealing things were said. And you know, he was there to basically kind of soothe things out and be like, hey, Matt, we'll listen you out, but you know, I think I can help you guys out and make things easy. At the end of the day, we had a frank conversation, and he did concede that it is built for scale and that it's a regulator's tool, in that he uses it daily to track excise tax.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not understanding when you say it's built for scale. Could you describe that, explain that?
So, you know, if you got a $20,000 transaction or a $500 transaction, it's the same amount of admin time to get that product out the door. Also, if you have scale, you can afford a full-time compliance officer. Okay. If you're a small operator like ourselves, the analogy I always use is I'm the clown out in front of the band. I'm spinning plates. I'm juggling the bowling pins. I'm on the unicycle. So it just kills any, you know, small business has to have mojo. and we all have to wear tons of hats. And Metric is like a lead cowboy hat. And it just makes you go boom.
And last question for you, sir, and thank you again. It was my understanding that a track and trace process was to identify or prevent diversion, to track tax revenue, and to assist with recalls. Would you say Metric does that?
I think it's a great tax tool. I think that's why it has so many proponents within the administration. Inversion and diversion, it doesn't prevent. I mean, there's professionals all over IG that are quote unquote diversion and inversion specialists. I could outline millions of ways or a few in detail of how it's very easy to manipulate that. As far as safety recalls, with OCP's latest round of recalls in the adult use industry, it doesn't seem like Metric was activated in that, to my understanding.
Any other questions for Mr. Bates? Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here. You had mentioned the diversion. You kind of briefed on it again there. I don't want you to tell me how I can divert this system. That might be a bad thing. However, there was, last time we were together as a group at the Horseshoe, I think there was a whistleblower out of California.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
Can you remind me of what that was about?
I specifically, that's what I referenced was there's professionals on Instagram. There's professionals on Instagram for the cannabis industry to retrieve our accounts. Like when IG yanks our accounts for showing flower, there's professionals on Instagram that are there advertising to help with inversion and diversion. And just like I have peers in regulated states in New York and Oregon and California, Colorado. I mean, it's laughable. Everyone knows. And my analogy was, hey, it's a gate in the road, but the gate ain't latched and you can drive around both sides of that. To which Director Gunderson said, you're right, on mic in this committee room 3.5 years ago. You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bayless. Based on what you said to Representative Fredericks, is it your opinion that the smallest adult use cultivator can make a living as a small craft adult use cannabis operator, grower?
Not with Metric and the excise tax. That's the 1-2 punch. So, between operating, Metric added about 15% to our overhead every month, and the excise tax added 20. So for a small business, that was about $35,000 a month for both of those.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aside from your opinion in regards to the ability to divert, that Metric doesn't prevent the diversion, are you aware of a California case that there was a federal judge at finding? Can you tell us about a finding relative to diversion of the Metric?
Thank you for your question, Representative Fredericks, and I want to be mindful of the committee's instructions, not to, if I'm allowed to, talk about that. In the instructions, it said we weren't allowed to, but I guess I can address your question.
What was the question? I was
So
trying to take a
I'm
note.
trying to question, in this testimony, there was opinion that was being given, and I would like to know about a federal judge prevailing on, is there diversion or not, Mr. Chair? The ability to divert being prevented by the use of Metric is what I'm questioning.
Yeah, I think we will be able to ask others who also use Metric about that ability or non-ability.
Good enough.
We're just keeping questions away from court cases and litigation.
Understood.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Bayless from the committee at this time? Seeing none.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I'll turn to Kimber Duncan, who is here in person to provide her testimony on the use of Metric in the day-to-day operations of an adult use cannabis business.
So I sent you the long document, but I also have just like a more concise testimony for today.
Great, thank you very much.
Am I okay?
You may proceed whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Supika, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Kimber Duncan. I live in Lisbon Falls. I'm the general manager of a small cultivator. We were in adult use from day one in 2020 to October of 24. I was the main point of contact with Metric. I taught some other staff members how to use it, but I was the one that used it the most extensively. I broke down my argument about Metric. Most of my experience with it was fairly negative. It was cumbersome. to use, but the most important thing I think is the expense it costs. It's not just the monthly charge. There's the plant tags and the package tags. We also have to pay the shipping and the sales tax to receive those. But the biggest costs are the labor cost in the touches, and then the additional program to integrate into Metric that Vern suggested that we go and get. So the labor costs, basically, you know, on paper, it looks like we're spending about 2,200 a year on package tags and plant tags and our monthly $40 user fee. But the staff labor in touches and doing the paperwork in applying the plant tags, all the data entry is about 23,000. And I was really conservative with that. I mean, there's been nights that I stayed late and, you know, for 3 hours to fix a clerical error. Because it's not a user-friendly program, Vern said it's a regulator program. It's basically made for him, not us. It's really clunky to use. It works kind of like DOS, if anybody's ever used that, and it's just really archaic. So basically we expressed our frustration. He said a lot of people use another program that basically translates. If you talk to the program, as an example, we used Canix. So we talk to Canix. Canix talks to Metric, and then Metric has the data in it. So we're not actually using Metric directly. We're inputting that into Canix.
Okay, so let's stop right there.
Yeah.
I appreciate you pointing this out. I have heard that, yes, people use their own point of service system, services that can talk to Metric.
Yeah.
You are saying that the Office of Cannabis Policy recommended that you get something that could talk to Metric because talking directly to Metric as a operator of the business was not working very well for you?
Yeah, so when he sat down with us that day, I basically gave him a smaller version of the big 32-page document I gave to everybody. And we went through it page by page, and he listened to us and it was great. But in the end, he basically just said, you know, obviously this program, it's hard for the staff to use it. We keep making mistakes, and then those mistakes were caught up in clerical errors and contacting Metric and all that. That was one of my complaints. So he suggested that another program that will talk to Metric for us will be a better user experience. So we'll be able to use it better and not make those mistakes. And then we should be happy on our end using it, and then Metric will be populated with the correct information, and then he can see what he needs to see. The issue with that is that, like, we need to go out and find that program ourselves, and then the expense of that program starts at around $500 a month and climbs from there.
Okay. I interrupt your testimony with a question, and so I'm going to let it proceed. You have another 30 seconds
Sure.
to finish what you want us to know, and then there'll be other people will ask questions.
Yeah, basically the expense was my main focus. Compliance and function wise also, like, you can't undo simple errors. I mean, we've been caught up trying to transact stuff that was vital for us to be able to make payroll. And because of one simple clerical error, we couldn't transact that day. And we were caught up in waiting for a response, and they, you know, it's a minimum of 24 hours to hear back from them. And I guess my biggest complaint with that is that there's no separation of urgent matters and just easier to solve matters. So if I have a clerical error I need solved, that's no big deal. It could be put in a different queue than like something that's an emergency right now, and they don't have that separation.
Thank you very much for your testimony. At this time, I will ask the committee if there are any questions for Ms. Duncan. Chair recognizes Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Senator. You mentioned a person said you need to get a different program to work with a Metric program.
Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Vern Malik. He
Okay,
didn't say we needed to, he just highly suggested it because we were having so many issues making mistakes. That was the best way to mitigate those mistakes.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Duncan. The the additional app that you had to purchase to talk to Metric, or felt that you needed to purchase to talk to Metric, do you also use that as your POS, or do you have a additional piece of software you use for your point of sale?
At the time when we were in adult use, we didn't have a point of sale, so that was the program that we used. But as I understand, it can be used as a point of sale, so some people can get two benefits out of the program. For us, we were just using it to communicate with Metrics for the better user experience.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Don't work in the cannabis industry, never worked with Metrics. What exactly is a clerical error? Is it just a mistype? Could you elaborate on that for me?
Yeah, there are a lot of drop-down menus to choose from. So, and a lot of things sound the same. So if I was sending out a 200-gram package that's Headbanger and I accidentally choose the Cultivar Head Stash, that's a huge issue that we need to stop. We can't like just cross anything out. I need to go back, take off that package, redo it. It will probably take a new package tag to fix the error. And then I basically have to re-enter everything from square one. There's no like easy way to go back and fix something like that. And it depends on what stage that error is caught. If I add a package to something myself and I haven't sent out the delivery yet, I can, bring it back, I'll redo everything and make it right. But if I've already sent it out, then that error permeates throughout the whole delivery. I might have to have the receiver fix the error depending on what stage that's in.
You may proceed.
I don't know if this is a worthwhile question or not, but what would happen? So you said Headbanger and Stash. So you meant to hit Headbanger, you hit Stash. What would happen if you just changed the label to Stash on the product and send it on its way?
There's no way to do that. Like the paperwork paperwork prints out directly from Metric, so I have to select all the proper things. I can't change anything manually. And then the package tag that is affixed to the product is like the number matches up with the tag that says the wrong thing. So for everything to match and be compliant, I'd have to redo it.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd. You good? Chair's in error. It says here that the customer service is not from this state.
Mm-hmm.
And so the people that you are receiving help from, whether the matter is urgent or not, have to look up the rules before they begin to assist. Can you tell me how that works?
In my experience, when I've called in before, I've had different experiences. Some of them have been delightful and quick, but most of the time I call and I'm on hold for a while, and then somebody with an accent, like a Southern accent or something, would answer my call just like I'm calling like a bank, and then they're reading from a script to me. And like I can tell they're reading from like the manual that I also have access to. I can just read this myself, but I have to go through their channels to fix the issue because they are the only ones with the power to fix the clerical errors on their end. So it's hard because they're just reading from a script. They don't actually know the answers. Most of the time when I have an answer or when I have a question about anything like, are they allowed to change that package for me because the amount might be past the threshold that they can just do stuff without permission. They need to consult they'll put me on hold and be like, oh, I have to check with the main rules. And then I'll be on hold for a while and they'll come back and they're like, yep, my supervisor said that's allowed for Maine. And it's like, it's really clear from my interaction that they're not familiar with Maine rules. They're just familiar with general rules. And then they have to go look up more specific things. It just feels unhelpful.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for being here. I guess my question is, in the years you've been working with Metric, have there been any improvements based on customer complaints?
Yes, they created a portal to basically when we had an issue before, we would have to call them or email them. And they created a portal instead of having to email them. I can just submit my question to the portal, which is a little bit easier because I believe I can track my history of my questions, but it doesn't improve the response time or any of the things that I found I had issues with. It might have improved stuff that other people had issues with.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Next on the in-person list is Scott Willett. Doesn't appear that Scott Willett is here at the moment. Is there anyone? Well, I may be breaking my own rule because I said we needed everyone to sign up prior to. So I will come back to that. But if there is anyone here who wanted to testify who did not sign up, can you just raise your hand and I will, okay, thank you. We're going to go with people who have signed up today who are on Zoom. And so Madam Clerk, you can help me out with this. I would like to promote Sean O'Brien. Sean O'Brien is not with us. If there is a Sean O'Brien who signed up but might be online under a different name, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing none. Christina Avery. If Christina Avery is online. Please raise your virtual hand if you are not listed as Christina Avery, and we will promote you. Madam Clerk? No? Okay. Kimber Duncan was in person. Jackson McLeod. I see a hand raised. There we are. And I'll just read a few more names of people on Zoom, and please raise your virtual hand if you are there. John McGainsby from Flowers Refined, Sandy Hill from Kalis Dream, and Greg Newland from Nova Analytic. If you are all online under any name, please raise your hands and we will promote you at the time. Jackson McLeod is with us. You may begin your testimony whenever you are ready, sir. Thank you for being here. You are on mute, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your time. I did just want to jump on here. I'm in the middle of operating and trying to get some tests out through Metric. But
please introduce yourself, sir. Tell us
Yes.
where you're from.
Jackson McLeod.
Thank you.
Yes, Jackson McLeod. I'm with Atlantic Farms and adult use medical operator, and been operating under Metric since 2019. And I thought I would just give an example of some of the operational challenges that I do face here. I use Dutchie, which is overlaid with Metric, and I had to open a case yesterday because I had an API error that happened when I was receiving product from our cultivation license. And this had slowed me down by 2 days in my ability to create new packages in my manufacturing license. And I had to send in a request first to Dutchie and then open a ticket with Metric. And then Metric advised me that Dutchie's API team needed to contact them to resolve the issue. And so I had these two parties independently speaking to resolve an issue. And then it turned out that there was an update that was made on Metric's side around their API keys that many operators had this issue over the last 2 days. And then Metric rolled back that change. And then I came into work 2 days later and it was resolved. So just demonstrating the challenges. I wasn't able to move anything forward, and my testing is a week behind now on a variety of different things due to an API key issue. Just kind of highlighting the challenges of operating in two separate systems that need to talk to each other, and both software companies make updates that can affect things. And we're here to just bring product forward and operate as we need to operate. And at times we can't do that because of simple software issues.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Going back to my Zoom list, we will now hear from John McGainsby. Great. And if Sandy Hill is here, can you please also promote Sandy Hill? And please leave your cameras and mics off until I recognize you if you are promoted before it's your turn to speak. So we are now waiting for John from Flowers Refined to join us via Zoom. Maybe he has stepped away from his computer. He has not responded yet. Okay, great. Let's move on. Is Sandy Hill here? Online? If you are online and you are here to provide testimony on your experiences with Metric, the names online don't always match, so please raise your virtual hand and leave it raised until you are promoted. Greg Newland. Promote the person whose hand is raised. Thank you. Again, if you are online and wish to provide testimony for our listening session on Metric, please raise your virtual hand and leave it raised. Thank you. There could be some technical difficulties because people are raising their hands and then they're declining our invitation. And maybe it's because they're not understanding that they have to accept it before they are promoted. So we're going to give folks online a few minutes to once again raise your hands if you would like to share testimony for our listening session today. And until then, I'll suspend the rules and I will ask Catherine Lewis, who was the only person in the room whose hand was raised, to come forward and provide testimony to the committee. Catherine Lewis, is that who I saw raise her hand? Yes, it is. And for folks who are waiting on our work sessions, when this listening section is complete, we will have to break for lunch. And so I will tell you how long that will be when we get there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Lewis. I am a caregiver and a former adult use participant that did use Metric. It was a challenge, to say the least. OCP found me to be a challenge using using Metric. We had several instances where we would bring in product from vendors through the Metric system and find that they put it in as a specific gram type versus a eighth that my system brought it into, and we would sell through the products thinking there was nothing wrong. And then when we go to close out the packages, we couldn't close them out because it looked like I was missing several items. The OCP inspector said, it really looks like you're tax evading. I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, well, it says you have 1,000 grams of this missing. And I'm like, but there isn't. We sold it all. You can see it's gone. It's not here. It's sold. And it was a technical error of the intake of the product coming in individual grams, whereas my system put it into the eighths, like we were getting little eighth jars, 3.5 grams. So it didn't match up. We ended up having to call Metric to try to fix it. The software company that I was using for a POS system, they also had to connect, similar to what the last speaker was saying, and try to fix it on the back end. And it was a several day process to go through months worth of inventory that was incorrectly closed out. Because I didn't know on my end, it looked like I still had it. I'm not an IT person. I reached out for help with Metric. Metric said that I needed to reach out to the state office because each state is handled a little bit different. I called OCP's office. They told me that they didn't have the experience in that I really needed to go through Metric. So it's a back and forth game trying to deal with it. I know tracking is needed in some shape and form, and I'm not completely opposed to it. I used to be. But the way that this system is set up and the lack of training around it, the answers that you get when you say there's a lack of training is, you can go on YouTube. There's all kinds of YouTubes. It's not a satisfactory answer if you're trying to run a business, especially a business that I could be fined for because it looks like I'm doing something wrong. We were able to rectify the problem. It just took time and a lot of stress that is unnecessary. And when you're talking about dealing with smaller producers on the medical side, this will be very, very overwhelming as it stands to implement into the program.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Catherine Lewis? Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Does Metric offer, when you decide to enter the business, any kind of a course that you could take to familiarize yourself with the system? Something of that nature?
No, when I signed up for it, I was mandated to take a webinar. I thought it was interactive. It was not. It was just you listen to it and there's no one to ask questions if you don't understand it. And then you have to answer some questions to show that you're capable of doing it, which I was capable enough of passing that, but not necessarily capable of running the program the way that it should be. And it was time consuming.
Thank you. Were there any benefits for your operation that Metric brought about?
No.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The POS system does more for me personally.
Can you say which POS system you used?
I used two different ones. I did Green Life 360 and Blaze.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present or online who is a current or former user of Metric, the state mandated track and trace software for the adult use program, who wishes to provide input to the committee on the use of Metric in the day-to-day operations of their business? Seeing none, the chair will close this listening session. It is 20 minutes of 1. We will come back at 1:20 to begin our 1:20.
Come on,
Come on, what?
we don't need to go that long, let's go.
We have work that we have to have lunch, and
Well, we don't need an hour,
it's not an hour.
10 minutes.
We will be back at 1:20. The committee will be at E.
Can I speak? Hello?
We have one more person. There you are.
Hello, sorry.
The chair apologizes. I didn't see your
No,
face
sir.
on the screen. I wasn't sure that you were here, but you may present your 3-minute testimony on the benefits or the challenges that Metric has offered your day-to-day operation of your adult use cannabis business. Please
Thank you, sir.
introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me? My name is Colt Slate. I run Gas Medical and I own Lighthouse Cannabis. Gas Medical is a caregiver retail store. Lighthouse Cannabis is a Metric compliant adult use store. The purpose of any system is what it does. And what Metric does in the case of the adult use program is to prevent illicit cannabis from entering that market space, and thereby guarantees that the people who purchase adult use cannabis are not subjected inadvertently to carcinogenic pesticides and fungicides. Our experience using Metric has not been perfect, but it is well within our manager's capability to fulfill all of his daily Metric tasks in the downtime between his other tasks. I think that a lot of the testimony offered is from people whose experience with computers and computer systems is maybe very limited. And in that regard, I can appreciate their frustrations. But for someone who has what I would consider a basic core competency with the Microsoft suite of programs, the Metric the Metric portal is not that difficult. I would also add that on the medical side, there is an incredible amount of contaminated material that we are doing an absolutely horrendous job of identifying and of I lost you. Oh no. Hello. Oh no. Representatives, can you hear me? Representatives? The purpose of a system is what metric does is ensures the integrity. What the people are referring to in California system, and I think Huddick, the director of OCP, John Huddick, tried to make this point, and really got kind of like, but the joke is on you. It was a political decision to make something called a distro license. Distro license. And these distro licenses were, and essentially, and I think it was actually a political concession to the cannabis industry because for a long time, it's estimated that California produces between 13 and 15 times. So we really need to reframe protect. Because up where I am, all the really ethical people, there's no protection for them. No protection for them. Metric is a protection. I mean, they don't really. Because we're done. I turned my lights. I turned my lights off. Yeah. I mean, at one point, was there an active light? Thanks. I'm about to, I appreciate it. Thank you. Ruby. Okay.
Committee will be in order. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I will announce now, thank you for a bit of a delay. Had to work with our analysts on next week's schedule since it's not out yet and it is Friday afternoon. The committee will only meet on Wednesday next week. So I'll watch everybody go like this. That's our load. Our workload is very small and we just have work on amendments to do. And so we're only going to work on Wednesday and then we'll work Monday and Wednesday the following week. And depending upon when the supplemental budget comes, we'll pretty much be caught up with everything in our possession because we just don't have a lot of bills in our possession. So Friday, we'll have next Friday off and next Monday off. So make sure you're here on Wednesday. Okay? Because that's the only day we're going to be working next week. And that's for the interested parties to listen to as well. We left with a person who was trying to give us some information on their experience with Metric. I don't know if that person is still online. If you would promote that person again, please, and we will take his testimony and then we will move on to our 2 work sessions in the order that they are listed. But before then, we will ask the gentleman whose name I forgot. So we're going to start all over. We're going to act like this is the first time this is happening. Sir, you may introduce yourself. You can turn on your camera if you like or not. There you are. And you have 3 minutes to provide your experience with Metric in your business. Thank you. You may proceed. Sorry about all the delay.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Okay, my name is Colt Slate. I operate both a medical and an adult use establishment in the Penobscot County, one in Bangor and one over the bridge in Brewer. The operation in Brewer utilizes Metric as part of its compliance with the adult use regulations. The medical store, of which I'm a caregiver retailer, not a dispensary, does not use Metric. It's not required. The point that I would like to emphasize to this group is that the purpose of a system is what it does. The purpose of the Metric system is not to be convenient to the business operator. It's not to be convenient to the cultivator. And I can appreciate, I have 1 decade of experience in the agrochemical industry. So I've toured a couple hundred facilities across the country, and I know how aggravating some of the delays and, Metric isn't designed like Pinterest or Instagram. It's designed for enterprise level track and trace. That being said, the benefit of Metric is for the constituents of this body, specifically the citizens of Maine, who are going to be accessing what we are telling them is medical cannabis. When you say something is medicinal, what you are implying is that it has a benefit to your health. In many cases, I would argue that the
Mr. Coates, I don't mean to shut you off, but the point of our listening session is to hear what your experiences with Metric are in your adult use business. Because that is what we are asking about. We're not asking about in this particular conversation whether or not medical should or should not have it. We're asking about how does Metric work? What are its benefits? What are its challenges, if any?
Metric
how could it be
ensures-
improved?
Thank you. Let me clarify, Mr. Hickman. The purpose of Metric is to ensure the integrity of the supply chain, meaning we can know when I sell someone a gram of cannabis in the AU shop, it is free from contaminants. On the medical side, it is the Wild West. We have no idea where that came from. Did it come from without the state? Did it come from within? That in and of itself should be enough for this body to advocate for Metric to be applied everywhere. It's an absolute imperative that when someone purchases a gram of cannabis, you understand whether or not it has been adulterated with like known carcinogens. And on the medical side, you don't have that.
Do you have any testimony for the committee to consider that would help us understand how Metric works in your business that you use it in, not in the one that you don't, but in the one that you do?
Certainly. A gram of cannabis that has been grown by Mainers using a facility that exists in Maine comes in to my retail shop, and I am able to verify the chain of custody from seed to sale. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that if someone with cancer comes into my AU retail establishment, they are getting clean and safe cannabis. No such protection exists on the medical side.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Why then do you not use it voluntarily for your medical operation?
Well, until recently, I provided all the cannabis for my medical operation, so I didn't need to. I turned off my lights in September.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here today. Enjoy
You're
your
welcome.
weekend, sir.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, Ms. Olson, if you are ready, we are ready. We are going to do these work sessions in the order that they appear, 1365, 1847. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. The chair will open the work session on LD 1365, an act to allow consumption of adult use cannabis in locally approved hospitality lounges, presented by Representative Boyer of Poland. Ms. Olson, whenever you are ready, you can remind us where we are on this piece of legislation. And while the committee is in order, I ask for all conversations to be silent. And if you need to talk, please step out into the hallway so that the committee can pay attention to the work in front of it, and it will make the rest of this afternoon as efficient as possible. So Ms. Olson, whenever you are ready.
All right. LD 1365 was a bill before the committee last session. At the time, I'm repeating myself from our last time, but at the time of the public hearing, the sponsor, Representative Boyer, had distributed an amendment that replaced the original language of the bill. That amendment put forward the key concepts behind the proposal, but was not a full statutory draft. When the bill was carried over with the intent to continue to work on that legislation during the interim, and when it was scheduled for a work session, this session on the 12th, the sponsor indicated a desire to continue to move forward with the proposal before the committee. And I was asked to complete the draft of the proposal for the committee's consideration. On yellow, you'll find that completed draft for LD 1365, which has a new title, an act to allow adult use cannabis stores to operate cannabis consumption lounges. The statutory language is guided by the bullets that have been included in the original proposal. I'm going to walk us through the very detailed summary, perhaps more detailed than would normally appear, so that we can understand what the bill is proposing to do. I'm going to make a few statements before we get started. And the first one is to acknowledge that the bill most likely has technical errors. I'm not a bad drafter, but I'm not a perfect drafter. And our process, even for the bills, that get printed and referred to committee, is back and forth between lots of people who are experts at drafting, has more than 3 sets of eyes on them, and we still get them with errors.
That's right, kind of what I'm here for sometimes, in addition to the policy stuff. So I just want you to be aware of that. And I don't just mean my typos where I've given it the wrong ending or change instead of chance. I do mean just like some of the, sometimes the phrasing might not be the way it should, and it might not match in a couple of places. And the second thing I need to acknowledge is that although the amendment was distributed at the time of the public hearing, it did include bullets. Not everyone who testified at that time testified on the actual statutory language. And those that didn't testify with a specificity on elements of the bill that we might benefit from getting that feedback on. And I'm going to talk about that, but in particular, we didn't hear a lot from local municipalities about their role in this process, which is now fully drafted, rather than just bullets. This bill essentially duplicates the safe serve language that exists in the liquor statute. And I don't know if that's really the best way to do this. And we didn't get a lot of feedback on that. And thirdly, it also duplicates the Liquor Liability Act to be a Cannabis Liability Act. And again, I'm not able to offer at this time much by way of knowing if that's also a good path, if that's an appropriate path to include in the legislation. And I'll remind the committee that the original direction for this came out of a cannabis hospitality task force that the Office of Cannabis Policy was directed to do on behalf of this committee, which they did. They submitted that report to this committee. The committee did not hear that report, but it is in your possession and has been. But that is where many of the ideas that appear in the legislation came from. Before I begin going through the summary, are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Olson, for your work on this proposed amendment. And I am fully appreciate that this draft will need input from certain stakeholders. And so that is a point to the committee and to the world that this work session is exactly that and will probably not result in a vote. Were you able to share, because of confidentiality, we understand, were you able to share any of this with the Office of Cannabis Policy to date?
Not of the current version that is before you.
Okay, great. You may proceed.
I have just big picture summary at the top, and then I have the more specific points, which are written to match the order of the statutory language, more or less. So I'll start with the big picture. The amendment replaces the bill, and it authorizes, and we've given it an effective date of January 1st, 2028, that the operation of cannabis consumption lounges on the premises of a licensed cannabis store that has received an endorsement to operate cannabis consumption lounges from the Office of Cannabis Policy. It authorizes that. The amendment makes other necessary changes to the Cannabis Legalization Act and smoking provisions in law. The amendment establishes a required cannabis server education course for employees directly involved in retail sales for and management of cannabis consumption lounges.
The chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, are you reading from the summary of the amendment or from your
Yes.
bill announcement?
The summary of the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
The amendment establishes a Cannabis Liability Act modeled on the Liquor Liability Act and also directs the Office of Cannabis Policy to design and implement a public service campaign related to on-premise consumption of cannabis. So more specifically, and like I said, it does go through. Probably wouldn't hurt you if you tore off all of these pages, except for the very last page, if you wanted to be able to have them side by side. But it provides a new limitation to the prohibition on smoking in public places for cannabis consumption lounges, so that an individual could smoke inside of a public place, cannabis consumption lounge. That is similar to the provision, the limitation that currently exists for off-track betting facilities. It adds a definition of cannabis consumption lounge and cannabis consumption lounge endorsement to the Cannabis Legalization Act. It provides for an application fee of $250, which is I believe, the sort of standard application fee for all license types. And an endorsement fee of not more than $2,500 for a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement issued by the Office of Cannabis Policy. I believe that may be the license fee for a cannabis store presently. I want to verify that, but I think that it is. The office through rule, that's a not more than, so the office through rule can establish fees up to that amount. If memory serves, I think that most of the fees are at the statutory maximum, but I would want to verify that. That's older information. It authorizes a municipality to adopt an ordinance providing endorsement requirements applicable to cannabis consumption lounges in the same manner as for cannabis establishments, which may include a municipal endorsement fee schedule, which is authorized currently for other cannabis establishments. Provisions for how a licensee will assist a person who is visibly intoxicated with means of transportation or other services. Provisions related to smoking, and that could include a prohibition on smoking. So they could authorize the operation of cannabis consumption lounges within their municipality, but prohibit smoking at the municipal level. And that same language is applicable to towns, plantations, and townships in the unorganized and deorganized areas, which have a different local governance structure. It provides that in order to operate a cannabis consumption lounge, I skipped 5 because it's nearly the same as 4. So I'm on 6 now. It provides that in order to operate a cannabis consumption lounge, the person must obtain all applicable municipal approvals, permits, or licenses required by the municipality for operation of a cannabis consumption lounge, have been issued an active license to operate a cannabis store, and been issued a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement on that active cannabis store license. And the same provisions apply for towns, plantations, and townships in the unorganized and deorganized areas of the state. So you have to have an active cannabis store license. You apply for an endorsement for that license, which is tied to the physical premise of the store. So you get a license for each location. And you have to have met all of the municipal or other forms of government permissions. It adds cannabis consumption lounges to the sections governing municipal information requests and municipal notification to the Office of Cannabis Policy related to local authorization and licensing. It clarifies that if a licensed products manufacturing facility is also a licensed cannabis store with a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement, the licensee may allow the consumption of adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products within the licensed premises pursuant to the operating requirements of the cannabis consumption lounge. I'm wondering if I forgot the other half of that sentence because I don't see it written here, but that should also apply if you are a licensed cultivation facility that also has a licensed cannabis store. Licensed, I wrote this late at night. It clarifies that the total amount of adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products given or sold in any one 24-hour period, which already includes samples, also includes any adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products sold to a person for on-premise consumption in a cannabis consumption lounge. So nothing changes about the amount, total amount in a 24-hour period that can be provided to a person. It establishes that minors, which is defined in the title in the chapter, meaning persons under the age of 21, are not allowed to enter any area designated as a cannabis consumption lounge on the premises of a licensed cannabis store. Yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm not clear, if somebody under 21 went into the store with their parent, they would be allowed to enter the store, just not the lounge. They're still,
Correct.
okay.
That's how it's drafted.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's something we did last
The change that allows.
LD 40.
I don't remember what vehicle. I wasn't doing the cannabis legislation
Right.
at this point, but it is a recent change to allow minors with their parent to go into the store.
Yeah, it's not in this bill as for the first time. As
Correct, right. This, yes. Which is particularly why we're clarifying here and establishing that because minors are allowed with their parent to enter the store, just to make it very clear that they cannot go into the consumption lounge area. Which, as you'll see later, it's a requirement that they're separate spaces. Yeah,
Representative Frost, you may proceed.
Separated by like a wall or?
visually conspicuous delineation. Which is actually a term that is used in the title. So there is a definition for that in rule.
Yes.
It provides an exception to the laws related to the consumption of adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products on the premises of a cannabis establishment to allow on-premise consumption within a cannabis consumption lounge on the licensed premise of a licensed cannabis store with a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement. I might have used the word license too many times in that sentence. 12. It provides that a cannabis store licensee operating a cannabis consumption lounge must ensure that the licensee's cannabis consumption lounge endorsement or copy thereof is displayed conspicuously at all times within the cannabis consumption lounge. In the same way, a licensee displays a copy of their license within the licensed premise at all times. So they would have their cannabis store license in the retail side of the store. And then the endorsement, whether that's with the license or not, is, I think, up to rule, if you will. It would have to be in the consumption lounge area. It provides that when a licensee submits to an inspection of its licensed premises, that includes any area designated as the cannabis consumption lounge. It establishes the requirements for endorsement. This process is similar to the process for licensure. And I've included a description of the process here. A person must apply on forms prescribed by the Office for Endorsement. An applicant may currently have an active cannabis store license or have a conditional cannabis store license. To the extent possible, an application for a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement that is made at the same time as an initial or renewal application for a cannabis store license shall not require duplication of materials. An applicant must submit a facility plan that includes, at a minimum, a diagram and description of the area designated for on-premise consumption that specifies the location, size, and layout of the lounge area on the premises, points of entry and exit, location and description of the visually conspicuous delineation between the lounge area and areas conducting other licensed activities. An applicant must submit copies of general liability and cannabis liability insurance. An endorsement may only be issued to an active cannabis store licensee. An endorsement may only be issued to an applicant who has received local authorization. An endorsement may only be issued to an applicant who either owns the premises or who has received express written permission from the owner to operate a cannabis consumption lounge at the premises in a lease, rental agreement, or other arrangement for possession of the premises or an addendum to such an agreement. An endorsement may only be issued to an applicant who pays the endorsement fee. And an endorsement is valid for the same length of time as the cannabis store license and may be renewed at the same time, which is 1 year. Notification of expiration shall be made at the same time as notification for the cannabis store license. The provisions around renewal are in the same manner as those for cannabis establishment license. It provides that a cultivation facility or products manufacturing facility whose premises is also licensed as a cannabis store may apply for a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement on the cannabis store license. A cannabis consumption lounge would not be prohibited on the premises, although the consumption area must be separate from all other licensed activity. An endorsement is not transferable to another licensed premises. An endorsement may be denied for good cause in the same manner as a cannabis establishment license. Denial of cannabis consumption lounge endorsement is separate from any decision regarding the cannabis store license or other cannabis establishment licenses. Good cause is defined in the chapter. It provides that the office, by written order, may, for good cause, suspend or revoke a cannabis consumption lounge endorsement. It provides specific facility requirements, including requirements for a separate designated area on the physical premises of the licensed cannabis store, separate entry from the cannabis store retail area, and visually conspicuous delineation between areas. It provides that the office may adopt rules for cannabis consumption lounge areas, including rules establishing security and public health and safety requirements. It establishes operating requirements for cannabis consumption lounges, and they include that all provisions applicable to a cannabis store still apply. Adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products that are to be consumed on the premises must be purchased at retail from the cannabis store. Consumable products not containing cannabis are also allowed to be consumed. These consumable products may be consumable products sold at retail by the cannabis store, or if allowed by the cannabis store licensee, consumable products that are delivered to the premises, are available on or near the premises, including like a food truck situation, or provided by the person for personal consumption, meaning you could bring your own picnic dinner. A person may take adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis products that are not fully consumed with them when they leave, if the adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis product is removed in its original packaging or is repackaged in a child resistant and tamper evident package, which includes the original labeling information. Any adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis products that are not removed by a person from the cannabis consumption lounge must be disposed of or destroyed by a cannabis store licensee. It establishes certain prohibitions for the operation of a cannabis consumption lounge, including no person under 21 years of age is permitted in any area designated as a cannabis consumption lounge. An employee must verify a person's age prior to allowing a person to enter a cannabis consumption lounge area in the same manner as verification at the point of sale. A cannabis store is not allowed to sell adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis products to a person who is visibly intoxicated, which is a defined term. May not allow adult use cannabis or adult use cannabis products to be consumed that were not purchased at retail from that cannabis store at the time of consumption. May not allow the consumption of cannabis for medical use, except as already provided for employees. May not allow a person to consume alcoholic beverages or consume any tobacco products. Adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products sold at retail for on-premise consumption are still subject to all the same packaging, labeling, and health and safety requirements. Employees of a licensed cannabis store with a consumption lounge endorsement directly involved in the sale of adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products or in the direct operation of a cannabis consumption lounge must complete an approved cannabis server education course. A cannabis consumption lounge may allow smoking and if certain additional requirements are met. Smoking in a cannabis consumption lounge must not be prohibited by the municipality or towns, plantations, and townships in the unorganized and deorganized areas. Smoking must be expressly permitted by the owner of the premises, either in a lease, rental agreement, or other arrangement for possession of the premises, or an addendum to such, unless the licensee has possession of the premises by virtue of ownership. This information must be included in an application for endorsement. Smoking is not allowed in any area of the facility conducting activity licensed under the Cannabis Legalization Act or the Maine Medical Cannabis Act. A cannabis store may operate both a smoking area and a non-smoking area. They're not required to, but may. Employees are not required to enter or pass through any area where smoking is permitted. Employees must be able to monitor the designated smoking area without entering it. Information detailing the monitoring system is required in the application for endorsement. Members of the public, except those who choose to be present in the smoking area, are required to utilize or pass through. They're not required to utilize or pass through the designated smoking area. You can't make them, is what it's supposed to say. The designated area must be located entirely within a separately enclosed area on the premises of the cannabis store and must include proper signage. The designated smoking area's ventilation system must, at a minimum, meet the requirements for ventilation established in the International Mechanical Code, Edition 2021. This information is required in the application for endorsement. Other requirements related to health and safety of employees and lounge patrons as determined by the office by rule. It provides for the establishment of cannabis server education course modeled on the provisions for server education and the liquor laws. The office shall approve cannabis server education courses. Approval of the course is good for 2 years and can be renewed. Such a course may be offered over the internet or in person. And again, that is modeled on the provisions that currently exist for the Safe Serve education. It establishes the Cannabis Safe Serve Education Advisory Committee, which has 8 members, including the director of the office, the director of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, the Attorney General, the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services, or any of their designees, and representatives from a statewide adult use cannabis licensee organization, a statewide trial lawyers organization, and a cannabis establishment inspector. All of those people, representatives, will be appointed by the director. The advisory committee is responsible for determining specific criteria for the cannabis server education course in order for such a course to receive approval from the office. Instructors of those courses would be required to attend a biennial training on adult use cannabis laws provided by the office and must attend at least one of those before commencing teaching of an approved course. Again, those are the provisions that currently exist in the liquor statute. The fee per participant for a cannabis server education course is $50, and the fee for an instructor to attend the biennial seminar is also $50. It establishes the Maine Cannabis Liability Act, modeled on the Maine Liquor Liability Act. It amends the provision in the personal adult use of cannabis and cannabis products, home cultivation of cannabis for personal adult use chapter to authorize a person 21 years of age or older to consume cannabis and cannabis products if the person is within an area designated for use as a cannabis consumption lounge and operating pursuant to the requirements provided in the Cannabis Legalization Act for cannabis consumption lounges. It directs the office to develop and implement a public service campaign related to on-premise consumption of cannabis. The office may work with relevant stakeholders, including the Cannabis Safe Serve Education Advisory Committee, members of law enforcement, public health officials, and those familiar with similar campaigns related to on-premise alcohol consumption. And it establishes an effective date for the act of January 1, 2028.
Wow, thank you very much, Ms. Olson, for this 30-page amendment and excellent summary. I was following along in the text as you were reading the summary bullet points just to see how it was crafted. And so I don't have any questions about it because we know what we have to do. But my question, the question that I have about the process is, will you work with the bill sponsor to identify, some stakeholders are obvious, and there are others that are not so obvious about which stakeholders we want to identify to come and talk to us about certain provisions of this proposed amendment next week?
yes, I can work with Representative Boyer to identify those stakeholders. And you would want, what is it that you are wanting the outcome of identifying those individuals to be?
To invite them to come and participate in the next iteration of the work on the bill. Because we won't have a public hearing where people can just sign up. It will be by invitation as we do in work sessions, but I want to make sure I don't leave anyone out. Because I know this is the first draft. I don't know if anyone from the Office of the Attorney General is interested in being on an advisory group to develop a serve safe education course for cannabis or not. It sounds like they might not be. It sounds like they might be in my mind. I don't have any idea, but I just want to make sure that we invite all the relevant stakeholders to provide some feedback, either in writing or in person or both, to the committee for our consideration. All that being said, are there any questions from the committee for the analyst or for the bill sponsor at this time? Are there any comments from the bill sponsor at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you want to, if you feel like you're a stakeholder and want to let us know, I mean, reach out to me or Rachel. It's the first good step. There's a short list that I'm sure Rachel and I can come up with, but there, like you said, Mr. Chair, there might be people not as obvious to her and I. And I want to really thank her for her hard work on this bill. I gave her a little direction, worked with the Hospitality Task Force report, and also looked at Massachusetts, who just is implementing this now pretty much, and borrowed from some of their language. To me, this is the this would represent the completion to what was passed in 2016. Social clubs were passed by voters here in Maine in 2016. It was part of the horse trading to get this implemented, that provision was removed. And now that we restored 6 plants for adults, this and then maybe Department of Agriculture would be the final completion of the 2016 initiative. That one's a little more far off, I imagine. So Maine voters were aware that this was in the bill that was passed in 2016. It was 10 years ago. People are tired of smelling weed on our roads, in our parks. Well, we got to give them a place to use it. And those 30 million tourists that visit our state every year, they need a place to use it too. I think this represents a new business model that could help our economy and help struggling adult use operators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
So am I taking it that you don't want to vote on this today? That we want to move this on and get more information, because I'm going to save my tirade for later then.
I would suggest that you save your tirade for later. I did announce up front that because this was the first introduction to this fully drafted proposed amendment, that we would invite stakeholders to talk about this with us to help inform our policy decisions, because there are parts of this particular proposal that may or may not work in Maine if we were to move forward with it. And so instead of having another public hearing, we're going to have another work session and invite those stakeholders to provide some feedback. And at that point, we will be voting all of our carryover bills out according to our request to the presiding officers by Friday, February 13th. And we won't be meeting on Friday, February 13th. So that actually means we'll be voting all of these bills out by next Wednesday, February the 11th.
Then I'll keep my no vote to myself for a few minutes.
Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Representative Boyer based on a comment he just made.
Yes.
And the question is this: how do you think passing this bill is going to pull people out of the parks and the parking lots, or whatever you said? I don't remember exactly. Because in my experience, walking into Hannaford's, it's somebody who's on break from work, who's outside the Hannaford's smoking cannabis. And so I'm just curious how you think that passing this bill is going to change that for the Maine public.
Representative Boyd, would you care to respond now or later or?
Sure. It sounds like maybe you should go to Shaw's or Trader Joe's, or some other, maybe that should have been the marketing campaign against Hannaford instead of that other one that went along. they're just so friendly and chill. It's just ringing up our groceries. It's a serious question and I appreciate it. I mean, that has to do with, that's employer policing employee behavior, and it wouldn't be appropriate if someone were to use cider, in the middle of the workday, for example, or come to VLA, intoxicated for our work here. I think at the end of the day, stuff like that, a good reason to prevent a business from providing a service for people that want it. And, we heard, testimony in favor of this from people that would want to start this type of business or would want to, patronize, this type of business. I would go there. Some people don't like bars, maybe they're sober or just, don't use alcohol, but would like to hang out with other folks. I think we all agree that cannabis affects our behavior different than alcohol. Still an intoxicant, of course, but probably less fights, less issues, less things like that comes with alcohol. Why did the police line the streets of the Old Port every evening on the weekends in the middle of summer? It's not because of cannabis. So I think this provides a place for someone to use a substance that's safer than alcohol. And I think it could lessen the illegal use of cannabis in our public spaces, on our roads, in our hotels. You could be a person with like a housing voucher and smoking's prohibited in your building. So you can't do it there. So I think there's a lot of reasons. I mean, every reason that we have a bar is pretty much the same reason for cannabis. And given that cannabis is safer than alcohol, it wouldn't make sense to drive people to a bar instead.
Thank you. Any other questions for our analyst, for the committee? At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused about tabling this. It was my understanding that all carryover bills had to be completed as of today, unless we have expressed written consent from presiding officers of leadership. Do we have that permission to do that today?
The request for carrying bills forward for another week to 10 days is drafted based upon the work of today. And so the short answer is no, but the longer answer is yes. No, and I'm being very serious.
Well-
We have reached out to our policy directors and our presiding officers with the number of bills from this week that are carried over that we would like to get an extension on, and we have not heard any frowns about that. And so, no, there's been nothing in writing because we haven't asked the question in writing yet, but we don't expect to get anything other than a yes when we put in writing the pieces of legislation that we are not ready to vote on by the end of our work sessions today.
So, Mr. Chair, if the leadership says no, what happens to Representative Boyer's bill?
Ms. Olson, do you have any answer to that question?
I do not know what happens if leadership says no to any bill that the committee requests an extension to the deadline.
And another answer is any bill, no matter the calendar, that we take action on or don't, or report out or are not ready to report out, the presiding officers have the authority to take that bill out of committee and put it directly onto the floor of either chamber for a vote.
All right, thank you for that.
Yes. That's in the joint rules. Any other thoughts or questions? Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
Well, I was going to add, just so I understand, it doesn't mean though that we can't still continue to do our work though next week.
It just means that we have to get permission to work on bills that were carried over in
Okay.
committee after today.
Yeah, but I anticipate
yeah.
we will.
Yeah, and every other committee so far that has already completed their request got yes as an answer.
Yeah, so
Right.
this isn't isolated to just this committee.
Any other questions about the process after today or about this bill in particular from Ms. Olson? or the bill sponsor? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion to table LD 1365. It's been moved by Representative Boyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by Representative Chapman. All those in favor of the tabling motion, please indicate in usual manner. Keep your hands raised, please. All those opposed? It is 11-1. The motion prevails. LD 1365 has been tabled and therefore the work session is closed. Chair opens the work session on LD 1847. An act to institute testing and tracking of medical use cannabis and cannabis products similar to adult use cannabis and cannabis products. Dedicate a portion of the adult use cannabis sales and excise tax to medical use cannabis programs and create a study group presented by Representative Graham of North Monmouth. Ms. Olson?
Same one.
What did I say? I said North Monmouth, North Yarmouth. I'm so used to saying North Monmouth. I apologize. Ms. Olson, we are ready whenever you are. Just a few more people need the amendment and the letter. And we also are going to take whatever bill analysis you would like to present in whatever form you would like to present it to us.
Yeah. All right.
I saw that. Thank you. The committee will be in order. Ms. Olson, you may proceed.
Okay. So you have before you on yellow, a revised sponsors amendment to LD 1847. The committee held a public hearing on this piece of legislation on May 5th of 2025. It was a joint public hearing. It was held at the same time as a public hearing on LD 104, which was a department bill sponsored by Representative Mallon, titled An Act to Protect the Health of Medical Cannabis Patients and Streamline the Mandatory Testing of Cannabis. LD 1847, as originally titled, was printed, An Act to Institute Testing and Tracking of Medical Use Cannabis and Cannabis Products Similar to Adult Use Cannabis and Cannabis Products. Dedicate a portion of the adult use cannabis sales and excise tax to medical use cannabis programs and create a study group. The committee having two proposals before them addressing similar topic, decided when they took a vote on LD 104 to vote 104 as ought not to pass and to continue with LD 1847 as the vehicle to consider proposals related to testing and tracking in both the adult use and medical programs. Prior to the carryover vote, which was held later in May of 2025, there was an amendment circulated, I believe. But the committee didn't take up a work session. And since that time, the sponsor has continued to work on amended language, and that is what is before you in LD 1847. The new title of the proposed amendment is an act to institute testing and tracking of medical use cannabis and harvested cannabis similar to adult use cannabis and cannabis products. Given that the version of the bill by the sponsor had changed before we left session, I have not provided an analysis on the original language. Instead, I'm prepared to walk you through the proposed amendment from the sponsor. I can go through the summary and answer questions about the draft, but I would also hope the committee would be interested in hearing from the sponsor regarding the proposed changes. What I will tell you is that they include many of the same changes that were in LD 104, but it is not identical. So to that extent, I don't know if that helps or hurts your understanding of the proposal, as we didn't really consider LD 104 either, but with that, we can turn to the amendment.
Yes.
Again, look at the summary. And as I said, this amendment actually replaces the bill. Part A of the amendment makes the following changes to the Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act. It offers a number of new definitions, including definitions for the terms batch, cannabis, cannabis flower, cannabis trim, matrix, remediation, testing, and THC. And it repeals and replaces the definition of cannabis testing facility. My understanding is that these definitions align with definitions in the adult use program. It makes changes to the Medical Use of Cannabis Act to clarify that only cannabis testing facilities may conduct testing. It adds certain requirements related to testing to the provisions on packaging and labeling. It establishes a program for mandatory testing of cannabis and harvested cannabis. It replaces previous authorization for cannabis testing facilities with a provision establishing the cannabis testing facility registration type and identifies additional requirements necessary to obtain a registration certificate to operate a cannabis testing facility. Those are similar to the manufacturing registration certificate type versus a registration certificate. It includes cannabis testing facilities in the standard application process for a registration certificate. It adds requirements for cannabinoid potency and THC potency for edible cannabis products to be sold or offered for sale in a retail transaction.
The chair, excuse me, Ms. Olson, the chair recognizes Representative Boyd with a question on this particular provision.
Thank you. Could you elaborate on that? That seems like a new change. Could you elaborate on the dosage limitations you're talking about?
I think there were dosage limitations in the original bill, if I recall.
Well, I'll ask a different way, I guess. If a cancer patient needs 500 milligram edible, are we mirroring the adult use law that says no dosage can be more than 10 milligrams?
If you turn to page 6 of the amendment, section A25, it does say that the 1B related to THC potency, that it may not contain more than 10 milligrams of THC per serving of the product and may not contain more than 200 milligrams of THC per package of the product. It does establish an allowable variance rate of 10%, except that it's not not more or less than 0.6 milligrams or greater than 5 milligrams.
So
And it's connected to the variance rate with testing.
to clarify, a current patient who takes one edible at 500 milligrams would, to get the equivalent under this new law, would have to take 50 edibles to reach that 500 if they were all 10 milligrams each?
I'm not going to do the math, but yes, I believe that that is accurate.
All right,
I
that's,
would-
that's extremely concerning to me. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Eight. It authorizes funds from the medical use of cannabis fund to be used for studying public health impacts of cannabis use, including use by individuals who have not attained 21 years of age, and adds this type of study to those authorized under the Medical Cannabis Research Grant Program funded by the fund. It revises reporting and record-keeping requirements to require records retention for 6 years and to mandate that all registrants report all required inventory information in the statewide inventory tracking system implemented and administered by the office. It requires the testing of cannabis and harvested cannabis provided to a qualifying patient by a registrant. It requires mandatory testing of all cannabis and harvested cannabis for the presence of harmful contaminants and cannabinoid profiles. It exempts cannabis flower and cannabis trim cultivated by a registered caregiver who meets certain criteria regarding cultivation area and amount cultivated, and who does not engage in wholesale transactions from mandatory testing. A warning statement indicating that the cannabis flower or cannabis trim is not tested is required for that untested cannabis. It requires reporting of mandatory test results to the Office of Cannabis Policy and to the registrant that submitted samples to a cannabis testing facility for testing. It establishes sampling requirements and permits the office to take samples for audit testing to verify mandatory test results and to ensure the quality, consistency, and reliability of the testing program. It identifies the circumstances in which additional mandatory testing is not required before harvested cannabis is provided to a qualifying patient. Part B of the bill makes changes to the Cannabis Legalization Act, including amending the definition of cannabis flower to include pre-rolled cannabis cigarettes, which then mirrors the proposed definition in Part A of the bill. It adds a definition of matrix. It amends the definition of testing facility to include a registered cannabis testing facility under the Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act. Now those two definitions will be the same across the two programs. And it identifies what tests for harmful contaminants are mandatory for adult use cannabis and adult use cannabis products based upon the matrix the cannabis or cannabis product is in at the time it is subject to mandatory testing. And matrix is like the type of product is the right word because we use the product, but like in what form the cannabis is in is what kind of establishes the matrix. So if it's this type of thing, it has this type of additional testing other than the general testing.
Thank you. I know that because we killed one bill and left another one for carryover, and now we have an amendment to that bill, that your office, you were not able to do a bill analysis to contextualize this legislation as we often do, and you're not required to, as we understand. Would you be able to do that with this amendment upon the request of the committee or not? And what I mean by contextualize this, I know with bill analyses, there's a summary of the testimony that was had at the public hearing. And I think with this legislation, since it was heard with another one, it might be good to at least have the summary of some of the testimony from all of the sides, simply because that is sometimes the biggest benefit of a piece of bill analysis outside of the technical errors and the things that you want the committee to consider for better drafting.
I very rarely provide a summary of testimony to the committee. When individuals who testify identify issues with the proposed language that I also agree is an issue. I'll bring it forward. And that's particularly true as well when the people who might have to administer something that's being proposed in legislation point out technical issues or problems with administration. Those might be brought forward. In this case, I'm not sure I would have, because we did have a joint hearing, I'm not sure I would have much that I could include. There was also a significant amount of testimony.
Yeah.
Which might make it more challenging. And it was not clear at all times who was testing on what. Who was testifying on which proposal.
Understood.
That being said, this does establish definitions that create that are in both programs to create a level of consistency across both programs. It does establish testing program that is similar to the adult use program. I believe the matrices are the same. Although this does provide an exception to mandatory testing that is not in the adult use program. And it does, it would require tracking through the state's inventory system. In terms of a technical note, my only real question has to do with the use of the words cannabis and harvested cannabis. So traditionally in the medical program, we only use the word harvested cannabis, but introducing the testing matrix, I think it is possible that as drafted, there are places where it uses the term cannabis and harvested cannabis where it may have been appropriate to do that, and in other places where it may needed to have just been harvested cannabis. So that is one thing that I can flag as a technical note, but that is truly technical. So I think that that's what I would be able to provide you. And I didn't really have, I didn't have significant information requests in my notes from the original public hearing either.
Thank you. And then the chair's final question before I open it up to the bill sponsor, or any questions from the committee and the bill sponsor or to the bill sponsor. If this is a little different than LD 1365, although I suppose the same thing could apply. Given that this is a strike and replace amendment that is very different in a lot of ways than the original bill, if the committee sought to have a real public hearing on this as drafted, what would that require of the committee? And what permission requests would we need to make?
The committee would need to request permission from the presiding officers to hold a second public hearing. I am not responsible for the technical side of setting those up, so I can't speak to that. But if permission was granted, a second public hearing could be advertised and held.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to try to help everyone better understand what this amendment is. I committed to working with everyone on this when we left last spring. So if you will allow me to read what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Yes.
So I am presenting an amendment to this bill, which reflects conversations between various stakeholders after the hearing and since we adjourned. I believe some common ground has been found and that the amendment addresses key concerns raised at the public hearing while maintaining the bill's focus on health, safety, and evidence-based policy. Everyone didn't get everything they wanted, including me. But I think it's a reasonable compromise bill that protects small business while also protecting public health and safety and Maine kids. I want to highlight some of the key changes. The amendment established a matrix model for testing cannabis and cannabis products in both the adult use and medical programs. The matrix distinguishes between routes of exposure, inhalation, ingestion, topical, recognizing that different routes of exposure have different impacts on our health. After the route of exposure is determined, there is a standardized list of mandatory tests, which includes potency and possible contaminants, including speciation or aspergillus and other harmful molds and mildews. The testing ranges, however, would be based on route of exposure, recognizing again that different types of exposure have different impacts on our health. The bill directs the Office of Cannabis Policy to use national and international quality standards for establishing testing ranges in rule rather than statute, acknowledging the evolution of research in this area. Collectively, this model allows for nuanced testing, which is based on science and responds to a theme I heard and read in testimony. I also heard and read about concerns from smaller caregivers about the cost of testing. The amendment responds to those concerns by exempting some smaller caregivers from testing. This gets to the heart of the original intent of the project, supporting local Mainers, local small farmers, helping their neighbors by growing cannabis specifically grown to respond to their specific needs and their pain. Products not tested will be transparently labeled as not having been tested for contaminants pursuant to the language in the amendments. Smaller caregivers would still need to track and trace their plants. This provision acknowledges the concerns raised by smaller producers while also protecting public health and safety. Other proposed changes in this amendment include removing required PFAS testing, recognizing this is still in its early stages for cannabis, establishing parity between the adult use and medical programs for testing facility requirements. This change is supported by the testing industry. Removing the allocation of a portion of adult use cannabis taxes to support prevention and education programming. While this bill did not raise taxes, there seemed to be confusion about this at the public hearing. Instead, I added an allowable use of existing medical use of cannabis fund to include studying public health impacts of cannabis use, including but not limited to youth use of cannabis. Removing the study group to examine youth consumption of medical cannabis use and adult use cannabis, and removing the blister packaging language. I will let you know here that those were two places that were hard for me to let go of. I have grave concern about children accessing edible cannabis and ending up in the ICU. But I heard from the industry that that was going to be extremely difficult. The amendment changes outlined above strike the balance between addressing industry concerns and maintaining a focus on health and safety. I hope you'll move forward in support of LD 1847 with proposed amendments to prevent high-risk youth use, protect patient health, and ensure the transparency and integrity of Maine's medical cannabis program. Please review the other testimony, which highlights the diverse support for more oversight on medical cannabis, including from health providers, cannabis industry professionals, educators, and disability rights advocates. I want to really let y'all know that I worked really hard on this with the help of mainly public health experts, from adult cannabis producers, from small growers. I really feel like this presents a compromise, and I do not intend on trying to put anybody out of business. My intent with this amendment was to help this industry be safer and protect our youth. With that, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate that you let me read this, and I hope we can move forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address the question that was raised about whether this needs another public hearing or not. My opinion is that it does not, and I'll say why. I think the amendment we see before us that Representative Graham just worked through, that Ms. Olson meticulously worked through, represents a lot, not only the compromises, but also a lot of the, if not most of the components of a mixture of 1847 and LD 104, the Bill of Mine that we killed. I do not believe a public hearing on this amended version of 1847 would yield any sufficiently new comments. I think that this issue has been, the issues in this bill have been very well litigated inside this committee room and in the public sphere. We have heard extensive arguments for, against, mixture of both from a variety of different stakeholders, including many of the folks in this room right now. And so I respect fully that there's going to be differences of opinion within this committee on this issue, but I think we can work out what we need to work out and hopefully get to a vote today.
Thank you, Representative Mallon. I have an information request, however, that I think is important to raise because I don't know the answer. And it may be moot, but we know that there is a petition being circulated to put something on the ballot this November that would impact testing, tracking, and tracing in the medical program. If that were to get put on the ballot for this November, would this be a competing measure or not? And I don't know that it would or wouldn't because this is in our possession and the other question has not been certified for the ballot. But it is a question that I do think needs an answer because that could create a situation if in fact this bill becomes a competing measure to a ballot question. Ms. Olson.
The decision on whether a piece of legislation enacted by the legislature is a competing measure is one that is determined by the legislature.
Okay.
And the deadline for that bill to be submitted to the legislature in order to appear on the ballot is relatively soon.
Correct. Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's consideration I had not even thought of yet. I would guess, I think we can make the argument that it is not because for two reasons. One, it is my opinion that the principal purpose of that proposed referendum is prohibition of adult use cannabis. And that's a mission I'm wholeheartedly opposed to. And I think if it were to make it onto the ballot and then get passed by the voters, efforts would need to be made to reconcile whatever's in statute currently anyways. So I think we can make the change. If we can work this bill, if this bill happens to make it through the process and become law, it would become law 90 days after adjournment. And then if that referendum is on the ballot in November and passes, well, then it would this bill just wouldn't have been in statute very long. So I don't think it's a competing measure is what I'm trying to say.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just know that last session when we had two bills regarding voter ID that were different than what was on the ballot, we were instructed that passing those would be a competing measure to the question on the ballot, which would take a different ballot and a different set of circumstances for something to pass. And so I will accept that it is the decision of the legislature, but I also think that part of that decision is the process by which the measure moves through the legislature in conjunction with when a petition is on the ballot and what the questions are in the petition. Because it is my understanding that repealing adult use is one part, but the other part is to mandatory track, trace, and test on the medical program, which is exactly what this bill seeks to do. So I'm not sure that it would be a competing measure. I just am putting it out there because I thought about it in preparation for today. And I haven't actually read the proposal that is being presented to the voters for a ballot measure. And so there's that. Are there any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor, for Ms. Olson, or for anyone else? Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not surprised the testing industry would be in favor of a bill that gives them more business. But is there anything in the bill that reforms the issues that have came across our desk regarding testing with the adult use, the redundancy, the lab shopping, the overall integrity of the laboratory system in Maine? Whoever wants to answer it.
Representative Graham.
No, this does not specify, I mean, particularly the information that we had prior to this presentation. This does not address any of that. I would strongly encourage anyone to bring a bill the next session to address the concerns that you may have around the test, who does the testing. But that this bill does not directly do that. It continues to work. Well, it allows the Office for Cannabis Policy to use what other testing system they use.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm a little confused for a minute, but it doesn't take much. But as I've stated back in LD 41, we did LD 41, that anybody knows I'm not the world's greatest proponent for marijuana, so that's not a surprise. But that being said, I've always said that I wanted to just make it so it was treated fairly, legally, and done, and we did what was right. So I've always felt that there had to be some sort of tracking in place, and we discussed that a lot in LD 41 of how we could do it. And I said all along, I don't care how you do it, whether you do it with metrics, whether you do it with self, if you have your own system, I don't care how you do it. But there has to be a way. I mean, we have to do it with our own apples, with everything that we do. I mean, from the time that we pick them off the tree, to they go in storage, to they come out of storage, and they go, and whether they go to the cider room, whether they go on a truck, whether they go in a count box, whether they go in a bag box, we have to do that. I feel there's a way this has to happen. If people aren't comfortable with the rewriting of the bill, I'm not going to stand in the way of saying that we have to vote on it today. But I think it's important to understand that I think we need to find a solution to how we test it and make sure that what is going to the people is there. And I'm not worried about it being necessarily safe, but when something goes wrong, we have the ability to say, we know where it went. And I don't care how you do it. I don't care what company you use to do it. But you have to have the ability to say that, oops, I spilt that into that batch and it's bad. And we got to have the ability to say that batch, I know where it went, I know where it is, and we need to pull that back. So, Mr. Chair, I don't care how you figure it out, whether you do it all today or not, but that's where I am. And I'm not going to stop you. I won't vote against a tabling motion. If that's what you think it takes to get to where I need to get, then I'm good with that. But I think it's something, if people need that to figure it out and make then I'm not going to step in the way of progress. I believe that people should have a chance. If I would ask for it, I'd give it to somebody else. And I would expect somebody to give it to me. So I just wanted to make that statement, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did a little research, and my understanding is that the deadline for signatures for that referendum initiative are this coming Monday, the 2nd. So we're clock's ticking for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I have a lot of feelings about the bill, and I absolutely, echo the concerns for youth. But I also was very compelled by listening to law enforcement this morning and how they reiterated again and again that OCP needs to have some help with being able to, stop these illicit grows. And I have to say that I have had, multiple emails from constituents. That is a huge concern in this state. It's a concern, I think, for everyone. And it's a concern for the people who are operating legally. And so if this is what's required, I am willing to vote today on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thinking back to the public hearing we had last year on pretty similar bill, and the amount of testimony we had was overwhelmingly lopsided against the bill, against adding these burdensome regulations that, again, seem to not make a difference in diversion or inversion in states that have the exact same testing, rather tracing requirements. California has metric. Oklahoma has metric. Metric bought its number one competitor. It is in fact a monopoly. The idea that we're going to take the fruits of Mainer's labor and give it to an out-of-state corporation under the guise of public health and safety is not something I will be participating in. I think the word matrix is perfect for what we're talking about. It's a facade. It's not real. It's an illusion. And I won't support a state sanctioned illusion so that we can know how low a price of gram has gotten in our state. I have concerns about the testing. We did bring bills forward to try to make testing for adult use operators more reasonable. They were voted down. They were voted down by members of this committee that said that they're interested in that. We were supposed to work on stuff over the interim. We didn't have one meeting. This bill's obviously not ready for prime time. The idea that we're going to make a cancer patient eat 50 gummies to get the medicine they need is just crazy to me. It makes it feel like the folks who are supporting this bill don't even think it is medicine. And that's a shame. The idea that we're going to push this through forward without any substantive rulemaking is malpractice and malfeasance by our committee. We know there's issues with the department. We know we pass bills and they take a different interpretation of the bills that we pass. So the idea that we're going to let them implement a complete sea change for a $500 million industry that employs thousands of Mainers without any oversight from the legislature is not something I'm going to be a part of. But I'm just one vote. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Graham. I actually really enjoyed your words. I want to dive into this. Though afterwards, you did say something which you answered Representative Boyer's question, which was, I strongly encourage you to present something next session. And I know that this wasn't your intent, but it got my wheels spinning. It got me thinking that like, I have been here for almost 6 years now. Okay. And there have been so many next sessions and it's beginning to feel like nobody really takes my opinion on what this industry needs seriously. And there's a lot of new faces here. And I'm starting to get a little frustrated. So I feel your frustration and your desire to have this go through today or this session or your first term on this committee. But there's a lot of things that I have been trying to push and make better in the adult use industry for a very long time that has been bogged down through either, I hate to use this term. I hate using the term tribal warfare between factions or people not trusting each other's intent. And it's caused a lot of delays. And I've put good policy on hold in hopes that we could get something around the corner, only to find that what 4 years ago seemed completely possible now with an entirely new group of faces is like impossible to achieve. So I would like more time. So I am going to make that tabling motion. I request a table.
Madam Chair, the tabling motion cannot be made with a introduction because it's a non-debatable motion.
Shucks.
But I also want to
Anything to make Senator Doosan upset.
Before we do that, because I have a lot to say about the process by which we got here, which I will not say yet, but I will. Any other comments? I think I saw Representative Chapman's hand, followed by Representative Faircloth. Yep, I'm gonna put you on the list, Senator Doosan, and we're gonna go. Did you want to say something?
No, sir. I wanted to apologize to the House Chair.
Oh.
My outburst.
You're fine.
Ma'am, Senator Dusan, excuse me, if you
I've been
want to
looking forward
apologize
to
to the chair.
hearing
Yes.
everybody's thoughts, and so that's why I was so quickly asking not to cut it off.
Gotcha. And I was.
Representative, you may put your mic on.
My hopes was instead of it turning into a divisive, like we have to vote on it today, I would like to rather actually take some time and dive into it. And so that's why, but also bonus, I made you up. No, I'm just kidding. Next time, let my bill go through Ledge Council.
Representative Chapman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I don't disagree with Senator Timberlake, nor do I disagree with Representative Boyer. I've been here for a short period and dove into this whole cannabis thing pretty deeply. I don't trust matrix. I don't trust the testing. I think we need something, but I'm not sure this is the vehicle. I was going to make a motion. I'm not going to now. I'll support the tabling motion. If that happens, I guess. But again, I just want to say, I don't care for a lot of what's in this amendment. I just don't, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Senator. For one, I would say, and I respect there's clearly differences of opinion on this, to put it mildly, but I do think it's accurate that a lot of organizations that I respect, Maine Public Health Association, Centers for Disease Control, and others that are looking at this from the public health viewpoint have participated in this process. And I believe that Representative Graham has done a lot of due diligence in terms of looking to hear from other parties and work on an amended draft that includes those other parties. I, for one, Representative Boyer made a comment about the number of grams and whether, it's appropriate in the bill. And I don't know. What I do know is I'd listen to medical professionals and other scientists about whatever's right about that. So my own perspective, respectfully, is that it's worthy to work and to make a decision, because I think there's going to be differences of opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. I am newer here compared to everyone on this committee, but that there's going to be differences of opinion that are going to remain on this issue, no matter how hard we work it. And that maybe the better part of valor is to study it, debate it, and let it go to the floor with those differences of opinion and let people have it out. I don't know if that needs to happen today, but I for one would much prefer that it's this session would be my respectful hope. I understand, tabling motions are not debatable, but to me, I feel like there's a lot of meat on the bones of this amendment, and that other parties have been involved and consulted in this. Doesn't mean they got everything they wanted in this draft that's here, but I think it has happened, and I think it's a worthy vehicle for policymaking.
The chair recognizes Representative Frost, followed by Representative Graham, followed by Senator Timberlake.
I would like to pose a question to both chairs, and so answer from either of you.
Yes.
We did decide last year that we would meet over the summer or the
Yep.
fall and get together and try to work out some of this,
Yep.
quite honestly, nightmare. And we never got any emails about meeting. And I'm just curious as to why.
Thank you. The chair was going to address the process when we took more comments on this, but since you are asking about it now, I will say the committee did get emails about meeting in the intersession. First, we sent out a set of emails to determine when most people could meet. That tally came back and it gave us, I believe, a date of October the 20th of 2025. That was the only date that every single member of the committee could meet. From that point forward, it got spotty. Life happens. And it got spotty. And so the goal, which we talked about at the end of session for this legislation, would be, and maybe I misspoke, but I did say that we were going to do the work in public, and we were going to have conversations about metric. We were going to have conversations about testing more. And we were going to do all of that on mic and in public so that all of us could be best informed about how to proceed with a sea change of legislation for the medical program. And the reason why I think that's still important to do, and today was a part of that process, which is why we had the briefings that we had today, those were intended to happen in the intersession. The October 20th meeting was going to be anchored by LD 1847 until the bill sponsor told us that she was not ready to take it up on that day. Then something else happened. My life changed. The chair can speak for herself, where on that day I could not be here because I had an emergency. And given that the only thing that we did have left on our agenda for that day were two other bills related to cannabis, LD 1365, I believe, and I'm not sure what the other one was.
No, just voting. Voting.
No, there were two cannabis bills scheduled on the 20th. There were going to be three. We pulled 1847 off the table and left it with two other cannabis bills. And then life happened. And so we canceled that meeting on that day. Life continued to happen. SNAP benefits went away. There was a federal shutdown. Speaking for myself, I became completely preoccupied with cooking 18 hours a day to feed my community, that coming back into the legislature and working anything was just not a priority. I had no idea how hunger looked in this particular environment, even though I've looked hunger in the face all of my life. It was really intense in November and December. And so my priorities meant everything in the world had to wait. We knew December was going to be very difficult. And so we couldn't meet in November, and then we couldn't meet in December. And so it has always been my intention that when we took up 1847, which we also wanted to work on January the 16th, but the bill sponsor informed us that she was not available on that day. So here we are today. It is still my intention to have conversations with the industry and the department about the testing regime that currently exists in the adult use program before applying that anywhere else. And I won't get into the details of all of that, but the incoming that I'm getting as chair of this committee regarding what the Office of Cannabis Policy is doing with the testing regime and the enforcement mechanisms that they are putting upon certain operators in the adult use industry are stunning. And that's the only word I'll use because it's the most diplomatic word I can use. Those stunning developments require some examination of the enforcement protocols of the current testing regime that need to be addressed, need to be answered for. And some of you may know LD 1488, which the legislature passed, that was going to address final form testing in a way that we had intended it, which has never been interpreted the way we wanted to by the Office of Cannabis Policy, was recalled from the governor's desk and then recommitted to this committee. And so we have this other vehicle, LD 1488, which is an act regarding testing that may also be a vehicle that we need to do something with. And so when Representative Graham says next session, well, we actually have a vehicle this session that's not this bill, where we may have to address some really big concerns in the testing regime for adult use. All of that is to say the work on this is not done. And while I agree we don't necessarily need another public hearing, with like 1365, we are certainly going to need to hear some feedback from folks who will be affected by this based upon this particular version of the bill in a work session where they can be invited to do that in a way that is not technically a public hearing. So I can apologize and take full responsibility as chair of the committee for not being able to schedule anything in the intersession as we had planned because life happened. The presiding officers are being gracious with all the committees, and especially with this one, knowing full well that in this moment, I'm preoccupied with being the primary caretaker of a close friend who's recovering from open heart surgery. And so my attention span on doing some of this work has been completely limited. That's changing. I'm back in my seat. We're doing the work, but it's a slow start for me as chair to the work of this session. And so I am absolutely asking for the presiding officers to provide that runway for me to come back in to my full self and to be able to work this. But I do know that our testing regime needs examination and the enforcement of it needs examination. And I will say this because I've said this before and I mean it again. I still have seen no evidence at all that compels me to believe that the current system of testing for the medical use of cannabis program has caused any public health crisis that needs to be addressed in this heavy-handed a way. I just have not seen the evidence, not the anecdotes, but the evidence that this is how this is harming the public health in the state of Maine because this cannabis is untested. What that means to me is that if we're going to change that, we certainly need to understand the different ways in which medicinal cannabis must have higher thresholds for contaminants than are currently allowed for in the adult use statutes. And we've heard plenty of that evidence in testimony from the public already. It's something we have to deal with as a committee. We have to be the referees on that. And so this bill needs more work. It will be voted out this session. That's not a question. It has to be. But if it were to pass, I don't believe that all of the answers and all of the information that will inform my vote are there yet, because I'm really concerned about the testing regime as is. And while there are some reforms in this bill that I have to ask a lot of questions about because I don't understand the matrix. We did have a bill before us like this 2 sessions ago, and it died because we didn't understand it. There's a lot to understand about the matrix that I will not get to today. So that's why we are where we are. That's why we didn't have another meeting scheduled over the interim. And so the chair apologizes to every member of this committee that you didn't hear more from us after the fact when we canceled that meeting on October 20th and we didn't come back to another one. That was on me. I could have asked our analysts to send out a notification to tell everybody what was going on in my life, but I was too preoccupied with it to even do that. So the chair apologizes, but that was in no intent a way to say we're not going to do the work that needs to be done, which is why today we heard from a few folks about metrics so we could hear what it's like for those who use it to help inform us. That's all. Did we get anything out of it? I guess that's up to each individual member of the committee to determine for themselves. Representative Fredericks wanted to hear from law enforcement about illegal grows. We've heard from the department. Their argument is that metric will get rid of that. The evidence in other states betrays that. These are things we have to consider. And I'm a policymaker. I'm not a politician. So I have to know what I'm voting for. And I said I would do this in good faith. And I mean that I'm going to do this in good faith. And if we vote on it today, my answer is no. If we vote on it in 2 weeks, my answer may be yes, but, or no to all of that. How about this? But we haven't done that work yet. And I don't believe that seeing this particular amendment this week without getting any feedback other than the emails we've received on this proposal are going to help me make an informed decision about the best path forward. Representative Frost, you may respond.
First of all, thank you very much for the explanation. I'm sorry that I'm sorry about a lot of things that happened. But I just wanted to say that I'm not at all convinced, about metric and what it does, judging everything I've read. But I did find what law enforcement said compelling, and I think, my emotions run high over the Chinese illegal, I shouldn't say it, the illicit grows. That's just where I come from.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
And
I'm sorry, Senator Timberlake. I may have called Representative Graham next.
Well, I just got a quick question.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
And this is for Rachel, Miss Olson, excuse me. Because I think we're going to visit this again. And so my question is, are we the only state that doesn't test? I'd like to know if we're the only state that doesn't test medical marijuana. Do all the other states test it? Are we the only one that are on that island by themselves? I'd like to have that. I'd like to have you report back to me.
Ms. Olson, before you answer that question, I would like to say, and again, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. The Maine medical use of cannabis program has mandatory testing in both statute and rule. That's a fact. It may not be mandatory testing for contaminants. But there is mandatory testing in the statute for potency. And there is mandatory testing in the rules that it's mandatory audit testing that the department is supposed to do every year on every dispensary at least once. And they're supposed to collect samples to test for all sorts of things. And so I just want to make it clear to the world, the press in particular, there is mandatory testing in the Maine medical use of cannabis program.
So with that being said, I would ask, could you tell me the difference of what is required for testing in medical and what is required in adult? That would be the difference in the testing that I would like to have for the next meeting that I feel confident we're going to have.
Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this robust debate. I want to assure the committee and those who are here that I engaged many people on this committee. I am a freshman on this committee, but I have a strong public health background, as Representative Fredericks knows well. To your point, Mr. Chair, I beg to disagree about the public health impacts. Dr. Amy Mayhew, a pediatric psychiatrist, has been interviewed multiple times about the high risk of youth who develop severe psychosis because of high THC exposure.
I don't want to argue with
I'm
you.
not going to argue. I just want to let you know that's out there. I'm not
I
going to argue with
agree.
you.
I said something different, though.
All right.
I just
And
said
then-
that untested medical cannabis
Right.
has not created a public health crisis that I can evidence in all of my years on this committee. Please proceed.
Correct, sorry, and I will agree with tabling this. Clearly, there's a lot of information. And I do strongly look at you all to go to Ledge Council and say, we need a bill specifically about metric. Because this bill does not do that. That was not my intent. And I understand, and I listened, and I understand that there are real issues. So I strongly encourage you to go to Ledge Council and say, let's bring a bill this session to address this, because it's obviously a problem. I want to share with you just one other piece from the Maine information that I've gotten through the Maine Public Health Association, just to give you a little more background. Maine is the only state out of dozens with medical cannabis programs that doesn't require testing, tracking to ensure that patients get safe products. After a consumer complaint earlier this month, the Office of Cannabis Policy investigated and released a warning about medical cannabis products on the market that contained unsafe levels of pesticides. And I have the documentation here. Some of the pesticides detected were at significantly higher levels than what's allowed in adult use or recreational cannabis.
Representative
And
Graham,
wait,
Representative Graham,
What?
I ask you to defer, and here's why. I'm very aware of the situation that you're bringing up, and it actually has some serious problems
Right.
that are going to cause my skin to curdle if we go down this road.
All right.
So what I would like to do, because this is a problem, this is a part of the issue that I'm talking about with enforcement. I've been on the phone for 2 hours about this case with the lawyer of one of the people who brought this forward. It wasn't a very good conversation. And so this is what I mean when I say I want the department to explain themselves to me around this.
Okay.
And I'm not prepared to ask them to come and do that today because I don't have all my questions yet. I don't.
Right.
But that actually right there that you're pointing out is a really big concern of mine because of the murkiness and the non-transparency and the non-information sharing that happened between the regulator and the regulated. And it's a problem.
Right.
And we're going to have to get into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I want to make
Well,
that.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I clearly I'm passionate about this, and I agree, we need to all understand this, and thank you for that commitment that this will be taken care of this session. And I appreciate you, Senator Timberlake in particular. I think that we need to make sure the public is safe. But clearly there's a problem with metric, which needs to be addressed in another bill, in my opinion. This bill does not do that. That is not the goal of this bill. This bill is to find a way that we can have a safer product that, that people can have. I am not putting anybody out of business. This is clearly saying safe. Use cannabis, but be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Boyer, followed by Representative Mallon.
I appreciate my colleague from North Yarmouth acknowledging that metric is flawed. So why on earth would we put forth legislation to mandate metric for everyone else? Like that seems like bad policy making 101. There's a problem, but let's just, copy and paste this problem for 1,600 different caregivers and 100 and some different dispensaries. Like that's not how we should make good policy. Let's fix the problem first and then talk about applying it to everyone else. It just seems really backwards to me.
Chair recognizes Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go along with the tabling motion. I hope someone makes it soon. As we go through this process, I think and the conversation we have just had, I think is indicative of this. I just hope that we will realize that, though I will never predict what a legislative outcome will be, the likelihood of us reaching full committee consensus on this issue, I think is low. And that's fine. We have different points of view, which are clearly very passionately held. So I want each member to be able to get what they need for information in order to determine how they're personally going to vote. But I also don't want us to unnecessarily belabor the process and go through work session after work session after work session, only to get to what I sort of predict with a couple of questions, what the vote will be in the first place. And I think that, and I would also just caution the committee within that realm of very passionately held different opinions, divergent opinions, that also goes to people's opinions on how, what, or the quality of the work that OCP is doing. And I hope we just don't, I understand how some of those questions can be relevant to people's decision-making process, but I also hope that, and I don't think anyone around the horseshoe is doing this, I hope we don't go too far down the road of just a constant airing and re-airing of grievances. And because that is might be perhaps the ultimate renewable resource. They're always out there. So I hope we can get what we need and get to a vote sooner than later.
And thank you, Representative Mallon. The chair's response only is that this is a committee of oversight. And what we put in statute that is enforced by the regulator, we do it carefully, and we hope that the regulator executes accordingly. And it's not a problem to ask questions of the regulator when an affected member of the community that is subject to mandatory testing is in a pickle right now because of some things that have just recently happened. And so this bill will be voted on before February the 13th, because that is what's going into our request. That is next Friday, okay? So the number of work sessions that we're gonna have between now and next Friday are gonna be obviously determined by the work that we do when we bring this up again after we get permission to continue forward. But we're gonna have to have at least a day of 1847 all by itself, no matter what, and we'll get to a vote. The chair recognizes Senator Timberlake.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to table.
All those in favor? Prevails. Chair closes the work session on LD 1847.
This has gone around circles enough. I only had 2 minutes and 14 seconds left on my cast app.
Explains to me that it's okay for me to.
Yes.
But. Swear to God.
I'm gonna get a bloody nose, my blood pressure got high.
I'm gonna steal your blood pressure meds. I know where you
I
keep
got
them
them,
now.
they're right in there.
I swear to God, you keep it up.
There's actually some good ones in there.
I know. Did you hear me? I asked you if it was Viagra. Don't report me to.
I would never do that, you know. You would never have. I am the worst offender of anybody in the whole wide world.
The Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs stands adjourned.